Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Sunday afternoon. Don't stress out Rosenheim any more than we need to, okay? Be cool. It's a Tuesday. How's it going? Tuesday streams are fun. I wish I had a more solid time to say, like, we go live at 12:30 or 12:15. We'll work on that. But we'll get there. How's everyone doing? Let me catch up on chat. Hey, Zombie Hype Train, how you doing? Beautiful Sunday for all you beautiful people. Rosenheim, how you doing? Grendel, happy Tuesday. Sven, cancel all my meetings. Sven sent the most thoughtful email after Canadian Nationals, and I read it, and it was really nice, and I still haven't responded, and I feel like an absolute ass. Sven, hopefully you're doing well. I need to respond to you. I edited through some of the videos. We're going to have the first Cannats gameplay up on the channel tomorrow. A lot of editing has gone into it. I'm kind of bummed out because the quality of the camera isn't good. Like, there's no way around it. The quality of the camera leaves a lot to desire. So I think that's unfortunately the next part we have to sink a lot of money into. But yeah, it could be better, unfortunately. But Sven, we'll see you in 5 rounds there. Reset the bot. I'm on vacation right now. Every day feels like Sunday. Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. I'm definitely liking Tuesday streams. Noah, glad to hear. I'm also really enjoying Tuesday streams. It's really nice to be able to, not let alone when there's like news, you know, you got to talk about, and there's a lot more Netrunner I want to be playing than I have time to play. So this is a great way to do everything at once. Monty, during the audio, when you wrote DreamNot, I did cackles. It's very funny. Hopefully you're doing well. Playing a lot of Mercury and lately having a blast with playing at the moment, folks. I haven't tried Mercury in a minute yet. Dowgene, how's it going? Hopefully you're doing well, man. We're gonna see Dowgene tomorrow on the channel. That's fun. I play very basic Hoshiko and R+ at Irish Nats and have not got to play since I'm trying to finish my silly little thesis. Con, hopefully your thesis as well. How was Irish Nationals? That was this weekend. Is it a good time? What was the meta like? Void Earth Hype, how's it going? R+ is super scary. R+ seems to be in a good spot. We might play some R+ today. I think I promised I would. Kyle, Sadstug's R+ deck is like super interesting. I was glad to be the one running it and not victims. R+ or Irish Nationals? I think it's R+, right? I had such high hopes that our AR would be banned too. Sadness. Yeah, we mentioned this a bit earlier on the channel. I think last week how like NBN right now feels like so much of the power is banked on 2 cards, one of them being AR enhanced security. And I don't know. Game defining 3-1s. Weird, huh? Nats are going to play this weekend with the old ban list, so I still get one more go. But NSG timings have been straining this late summer. NSG timings have been, you know, they've been rough in terms of like very close to, hey, here's a tournament in 4 days, figure out the new meta. But I think this big change, and mind you, that's the big thing we're going to be starting talking about today, is that the standard ban list change dropped on Monday, and making sure that there's a lot of time between now and Worlds is probably the priority in getting this out as soon as possible, because ban list changes I don't think often show up on Mondays. They usually are Friday thing. So yeah, if you have a Nationals this weekend or next weekend, that is a bit ugly. If they're changing the meta, you don't have a lot of time to adapt, but yeah, I think this is largely target at Worlds. Trillion, how's it going? How's the hand? You better yet? You like back to the yo-yo and the violin? Feels overdue with Ares, same as Formicary, but I won't start another. Formicary is at least interesting, but it's much more powerful than it looks. Steph, how's it going? Also, our Tuesday stream's just a thing now? Yeah, Tuesdays, around noon Eastern is a thing. Yo, Matt, Conduit, how's it going? Hype, how you doing? Bink Bonk, hey, welcome to the stream. Oopsie. Hello, Andre. Izzy, how's it going? I haven't finished it yet. I'm like, I think 75% through the latest QTM episode. Thank you for the kind words. There's some shout outs here for the Métropole Grid channel. Very kind. Really enjoying it. I'm yeah, currently through the part talking about like learning the game and how good System Gateway is, which is obviously really good. Sorry, Moz, gotta log off. Didn't realize it was Sunday. Magic Button, how's it going? Ka! Ares is maybe scary in mid-tables, but SPT's remit is primarily comp play, and we're not seeing Ares overperform currently. Ka! It's Crofy, right? We're gonna read through this. I don't know if you have a minute to hang around to like correct me when I'm wrong or insert extra text. It's slow and grindy, and those time issues can be a reasonable concern. When it comes to Ares decks, so like the Ares decks that we saw at like APAC, which are, you know, kind of the Bladderwort sort of Ares decks where you saw a lot of games go to time and people deck out, like, I don't think those decks are good. And I think a lot of people realize those decks are not very good and get decked into. It's obviously an early meta and people are going to change them. So I do think there's still powerful Ares decks. They're just like different. And I think Kyle's deck, we're going to look at it today. It's really interesting. Christian Bonamy, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Ares isn't real, can't hurt you. There's Kyle. How's it going? Tuesday stream hype. How's it doing? Laamb, Mercury incoming. Why Laamb, Jonky? Oh, so you can like paint and then go through it with what's it called? For what it's worth, like Kurapura, you can also do with Laamb. It's kind of fun. It's exactly the reason it's on Monday. We want it early enough for folks to prepare for Worlds. The grace period lets us until the 22nd. That should be enough time for folks to get ready for events under the new list. It's appreciated from my part. I don't really have events in the near future. So, but yeah, no, that's definitely appreciated. Better, but not back to 100%. No longer in the open wound games. That's a win. Thanks for asking. They pulled the stitches out. I think that was the next thing to do. Hey, Dan, new QTM episode is good. Thank you, Izzy, for posting it legit right before I had a 2-hour solo drive. That's like my favorite thing about podcasts is when you know you have a good podcast and then you have something lined up, which like lines up well with the podcast, and then doubly the podcast is great. Playing a small startup tournament this weekend. My first. Yo, Mango, enjoy. Glad I can still play Keeling. She's not as quite as dangerous there. She's definitely not as dangerous there. But like, I do think there's a whole bunch of corp startup decks that might be more powerful than standard decks. It's really, really wild. Hopefully you have a good time. Let us know how the startup tournament goes. Do you know what you're playing? Well, besides Keeling. The way the article goes, Anarch has too many tools and other factions struggled to catch up, so we banned a neutral card. It's immensely funny to me, NGL. Yeah, Shem, but it makes sense. It's like DreamNot almost only sees play in Hoshiko. We'll read through the article once I get to the bottom of the chat, but it only largely sees play in Hoshiko. You could see it sometimes in like, oh, I'm playing this on top of Zenith chip in like Criminal, but like some Arasan has played it, but people couldn't like, you know, argue whether that was correct or not. But it largely is a card. It's the sort of card that, or sorry, it's largely a Hoshiko card, right? And maybe one of In Freedom and, you know, stuff like that. That being said, we got better draw options or more interesting draw options. Let's at least say that when it comes to like some of the other kind of synergistic engines. So things like Solidarity Badge, that's pretty cool. If you're playing some of the like Lilu or Freedom Anarch decks, I think that's quite neat. And like now that we don't have mini factions, you can actually ban out DreamNet and it doesn't feel like a crime because that would be really, really bad. Laamb banner, so you can spend 3 MU and another 4 credits to almost break an Enigma. Yeah, don't worry, you can run the house click, it's fine. But how are you dealing with code gates and Mercury? Am I right? Not this weekend, next month? Oh, beans, okay. I don't believe Kurapura and Laamb works for what it's worth. Unless the ice, a barrier at the time you encounter it, Kuru won't trigger at all. Wait, what's the text in Kuru? So for this to be interesting, like you need to figure out how long it keeps. So when you encounter a piece of ice, you may pay 2 credits. If you do, it gains barrier for the remainder of that encounter. Okay. And this says, when this program fully breaks a piece of ice, place 1 power counter on it. This should work, no? When you host a barrier, you may spend 3 hosted power counters to bypass it. Whenever this program fully breaks a piece of ice, because you're still, yeah, why doesn't it work? Oh, this text. Yes, yes, you can charge it, but you can't bypass it. Because when you encounter a barrier, and this is during the encounter. Because when you encounter is the first part, and then you're encountering it. Okay, so it's about the bypass, yeah. You can definitely charge your Kurapura. That's pretty bad, but you can't like Kurapura bypass something. Yeah. Laamb is back. How about that pouch? I honestly don't know if it matters. There's like interesting more builds. Like breaking 5 for a brand. I don't know. Is that real? That's not real, is it? 1 month out from Worlds. I guess so, huh? Just 1 month. Posting messages so Andre never gets to the article. So we've gone back and forth with ban list and Danish nationals this Saturday, but we end up on not using it. What was that conversation like, Zombie? Was it like tense? Were people like, was it more so that people wanted to play different meta or that people had prepared with their old lists? And obviously that seems like that won out. I always remember Andre talking about DreamNet and in referencing to Apex and Sunny support saying it suspiciously also gives you credit for these things. It's like the closest NSG has done to printing a mini faction card. Like, let's be honest. And now it's gone with the mini factions, but misdirection rotated. Kyle, what do you mean? Yeah, everyone understands in the chat that the bypass doesn't work. Yeah. Is Laamb going to make Quetzal usable? Spark, how's it going? We'll go. Okay, we'll read through the article and we'll talk about the ways that you can use Laamb. I think Quetzal is definitely one of the ways you could consider playing Laamb. You're paying basically 2 credits to get through an ice sometimes, sort of. I think you'd have to swing into Poison Vial, and then understanding of that list is better off than other stuff. And like in Anarch, there's actually a whole bunch of ways where you could actually use Laamb in interesting ways, right? Like Laamb, and then what's the name of the cat? The Master and the Margarita cat? Begamut. Like you can do Begamut with core damage and pay 3 credits to get through any ice in the game. That's kind of cool once a turn. Not that we've seen Begamut Palangi builds, but I think that this is a bit more consistent than Palangi and it is less influence. I think that's pretty cool. You can use it with Quetzal for sure. There's also another barrier. Isn't there another barrier breaker that does that well in Anarch? I feel like we got another Fractor that does something like that. I think unlike Ngolo, Laamb is both an amazing proto AI for the early game and a great long-term solution for barriers. I would argue that this is actually kind of bad. So like, a big reason why people also play Ngolo is that Ngolo is the sort of like proto AI. The idea with Ngolo has the exact same idea that you can pay 2 credits. Sorry, they're doing construction outside. I don't know if you can hear it. You can pay 2 credits to make something a code gate, which means for at least like 7 credits, you're going through almost all the big sentries in the game if you need a phase check with this. And while this comes down for cheaper, like the numbers on it are not that much better. Like you're still paying about 7 credits. That's about the same. But generally the barriers in standard right now are a lot of really small barriers. So the idea is like you have to get through a blade of barriers and pings and like stuff like that and border controls. Where having to pay 2 credits at a minimum means this is like not amazing as your base Fractor, where like I still think Ngolo is a really good decoder generally, and it works against a lot of stuff besides magnet. 3 costs have been an issue. So I don't know. I don't know if I love Laamb as like my in-faction Fractor, because I feel like you're spending extra on the cheap stuff, and then even the expensive stuff, like paying 5 to get through a Brawn is, you can do better in Shaper. It's a multi-card combo, but you can do better in Shaper, I think. Who's the best runner now that Laamb is back, and why is it a Geeko 2 to late? How's it going? It's hard to say, but we're going to test it today. We're going to find out. SBL in the pocket of Artist Colony, SMH. Why, they printed Lambs? Sidron, how's it going? Good morning. I was wondering how you search cards on NetRunnerDB straight from your search bar with /n. Christian, how's it going? It's not a NetRunnerDB thing, so you can do this on anything. I do /a, and then I can search like Machete. In short, this is a browser thing. So I'm on Firefox. I'm pretty sure you can do this on Google. Sorry, on Chrome. But if I click on Firefox, the problem is if I right click on this, it creates a drop down menu and it's not captured in OBS, my streaming thing. But there's a thing that just says add a keyword to the search. Oh, you can see it. And if I hit that, I can just write keyword /n. And then anytime I type /n in my browser bar, followed by a query, it just searches it in the card thing. So it's not a NetRunnerDB thing. You can set up for any search bar and the entirety of the internet. But I have a whole bunch of these. If I do /nd, it searches for a deck list. So I can search like can of whoop ass and it'll come up. So I have a bunch of these set up for a bunch of the card game engines, but it's not NetRunnerDB. I think unlike Ngolo, Laamb is both. Excuse me, I read that. I was curious how you searched. I read that too. NSG went against the ban list group that said we couldn't use it. Some internal communication mess up, I think. Oh, weird. I mean, the best runner debate is pretty much solved to Hoshiko. Right now, it's hard to say. We're going to figure out today what Hoshiko looks like without DreamNot, because DreamNot is like low-key one of the best Hoshiko cards, and losing that is obviously not great. With so much 3-cost code gates, I don't love Ngolo right now. Everyone's playing Magnet. Yeah, Magnet's a really bad one, but I think that's the only 3-cost code gate in the entire format. Me's back on the menu. How's it going? Cream like importing this for the 2 influence. Wacko, how's it going? I feel like Criminal struggles spending like big influence on cards like this, right? Like the Criminal Fractor situation is not amazing. This is less influence, but I don't know. It's like Crim used to play Ngolo and they stopped doing that. And I think like this is not that much better than Ngolo. Is saving 1 influence that good? Because then you still have to play a decoder. Mela, it's good. Excellent news. Andre telling us his Uber hacker skills. Wasn't Laamb banned because of interactions with other cards? Yeah, we're going to read the article right now because they highlight it. Laamb was banned because of its interaction with other cards. It is worth knowing that Laamb was a top tier competitive deck. It was also a card that just showed up in like tier 1.5, tier 2 decks that were pretty poisonous to play against. But specifically, there were interactions that made it a very good deck, even an Anarch, right? So it's kind of hard. Banless season, Jimmy, yeah, Keeling banned. Okay, we're going to read through this really quickly. Since Automata Initiative, shout out to Crofi, it's a great article. Shout out to the Automata Initiative landed, we've seen a healthy, diverse, and popular metagame emerge. Very true. The effects of rotation have been extremely positive, yes, and the community are really enjoying playing the game right now, yes. That being said, there are still some areas of the game that we think could have been improved in the lead up to NSG's World Championship in October. It's about a month away. It's just about a month. It's almost a month away. It's a month away. However, with Worlds being so close, we're reticent to make too many drastic changes. We believe that Worlds was to be played under the current ban list. It would be a fantastic event. Okay. Therefore, the changes announced today are not necessarily permanent and are deliberately not drastic. The runner side ban in particular is a cautious attempt at adjusting the metagame and is open for reevaluation after the event. There is a precedent set that sometimes we get like, I wouldn't say a panic, but like kind of it's like medication. Like right before Worlds, we've seen this before. There'd be like, here's a couple bans that we're going to do to make sure that we think we have the most diverse, healthy, and fun metagame for Worlds, for players, for people watching the competition, for all that sort of stuff. And then they say like, this stuff is not permanent. We're just doing this. Like personal evolution got banned for Worlds. Like this is the sort of thing that happens every once in a while where like NSG or even FFG will be like, we want to make a fun World. So we're just going to, you know, ban some stuff out. But like, this is not permanent. This might just only be a month, but we think this is a good idea going into Worlds. So keep that in mind. Not that any ban list inclusion or removal has ever been permanent, but specifically there is a huge incentive to make a safe and healthy Worlds meta because for many reasons, a lot of people travel for that. So 3 cards, 2 banned, 1 unbanned. I just want to say on record, guess this pretty accurately in our local chat, and we're going to talk about explanations, which is great. Month and a day panic might begin tomorrow. I got to figure out how to play Eternal. Hey, which should I play for Worlds? Cat. I don't know. Arasana probably. I think. The fact that we're all like, is this even good is proof enough that it shouldn't be on the ban list at the point. There was like 2 cards, maybe very easily 1 card on the ban list that everybody for the last like year said this could easily come off the ban list, and it was Laamb. And it's off the ban list. And I'm not, maybe it'll matter. I think if it matters, it'll matter in weird ways. It won't matter because it's just a good card on its own. In Chrome, go to settings. Thank you, Jamie. Search engine, site search, and add NetRunner add your shortcut there. Oh, huge. Laamb is better in Golo. Very good for Anarch to use Hippo and other things when facing with only Laamb. I don't think so, Diogene, because like Anarchs have a problem. Anarch has good fractors. Their decoders are limited. So having one more influence for Ngolo that deals with high strength code gates, not that there's that many high strength code gates anymore. Like you still paid a lot to go through Fairchild 3 that rotated, but I feel like you have good fractors. A lot of the good barriers are low strength barring Brawn. So having the ability to break for 1 instead of 2, like I think if you are building that, and that's an engine that currently only exists in like Freedom decks, they're spending so much slots on things that they want to be like a one-stop breaker solution. I don't even know if it's better than Ngolo. It's obviously you can play in the exact same slot, but I don't think that the numbers to me don't suggest that it's strictly better. Laamb is much worse than Ngolo for most dice. Yes, I think for most dice, if you're using it to paint and break, you're spending more money much more consistently. Hey, Baza, how's it going? Which kill NBN? Oh man, you don't see it on the I think you just missed the top cut, but Eric in our local meta was like unironically playing threat level alpha NBN with like high profile target and it's basically like the CU decks that Ian Rongi Dodge was playing, but he was playing them in kind of mid-range Glacier, playing threat level alpha instead of CU, and then just sticking on the table a Reaper function, and it's pretty cool. Aggro finality, Quetzal, and Super Monitors and BTL. Yo, Quetzal seems a slightly more interesting. Complete image kill. People already made a lot of on the Laamb puns. No, they haven't yet, Sophie. No, you're the one with the testing group. Laamb is not going to fit into the Turbine engines, will it? I don't think it will. It's not a card that like excels really well with Turbine. We'll read through the article first before we get to it, but like it's also 2MU, so it's really difficult. Laamb seems to deal with envelopment. Yeah, but like so does Cleaver plus Turbine, right? Like that's the big thing. Is like there are mid to late game solutions that Shapers have access to that they can just break all the stuff that Laamb breaks with really well, and then the stuff they don't, you hit it with a hush. The most obvious issue in the current metagame is the dominance of decks using Hoshiko Shiro as their ID. Certainly Hoshiko is not as problematic as Anarchs have been in the last several years. That's actually really true. It doesn't feel as overwhelming as it used to, and the big part of that is because of the rotation. But obviously Hoshiko has won every single Continentals, has won the majority of Nationals, and if you look at the top cuts, it's mostly Hoshiko. We talked about how Lost Geek showed up on an earlier episode of the Null Signal Game podcast, Null Signal Station, between Continentals and Intercontinentals, and he said like we're looking at it, but it doesn't seem too much. I'm not sure whether like winning Intercontinentals, getting some more national results pushed it over, but very interesting to see that, yeah, Hoshiko needs to be addressed, and I don't think a lot of people are surprised by that. The rotation of the Conspiracy Breakers has done wonders for reducing the delta between factions, yes. And other runners like Ari and a selection of criminals are very justifiable. Compared to the Parhelion metagame, Hoshiko's in a far more balanced position. This is undeniably true. I think there's an issue right now, or there was an issue with Hoshiko, is that she was so good. She's relatively easy to play. She was new player friendly, and there wasn't a lot of good reasons to go to their way to learn something like Ari, which I think actually is a more powerful deck, but is much more tricky to pilot, admittedly for the corporation too. So that is worth keeping in mind. It's like now, even if we just make like make it less visibly obvious that maybe still Hoshiko is the best option, people will have more of a reason to do something else. Because I think with how powerful and consistent Hoshiko was, we didn't have a reason to do anything else. And so even if these changes, like, they're going to do something, but if they don't, they might just still do something. They definitely will do something though. Maybe it's my local meta, but Laamb seems way better than Cleaver for Shaper decks. 3 advanced Pharaohs is very common here. That's 17 credits for Cleaver. Yeah, but you should just hush the Pharaohs. Like nobody. So the big thing is nobody breaks Pharaohs well. Yes, you have a way to break Pharaohs. It's still going to cost you a lot. How much does it cost a 10 strength Pharaohs with Laamb? It still costs you 8 credits. It's like, that's similar to Corroder. Like, that's not that much better than Corroder. So you just want to hush the Pharaohs. You want to boomerang the Pharaohs. You want to botchless the Pharaohs. You want to femme fatale the Pharaohs. There's so many other ways. Some of those are not realistic that you want to deal with Pharaohs, because if you're trying to figure out a way to deal with Pharaohs, nobody deals with Pharaohs as well. That's the point of Pharaohs, right? And I think installing a 2MU 4-cost program so I can begin to break my first Pharaohs for 8 credits. I don't know. I don't know if we want to do that. Hey, Paul, how's it going? Okay. However, the Anarch card pool is still very powerful, and critically, it's far more versatile than either Criminal or Shapers. The core metagame is highly diverse, with a wide variety of top-tier strategies. Anarchs have significantly more ability to handle the spread of potential opponents than other factions do. This is really, really big, and we saw this when we played Steven's deck, the Anarch deck, the Hoshiko deck, yesterday or last week on Thursday, is that like we could play against super fast events, we could play against late game Glacier, and that Hoshiko deck has so many good ways, because the deck is built really well to be able to, like, you know, kind of be flexible, and that's a real struggle. Sometimes you build that sort of like really aggro Sable deck, and then they ice up all 3 central servers and you fall apart because you realize Criminal has no way to generate economy in faction that doesn't associate itself with successful runs on a mandatory basis. So that's a really big strength right now of Anarch, and I think the Anarch card pool, and it's mentioned in the article, is kind of just busted. They do not have to go out of the faction to get anything done, while all other factions have very clear definable weaknesses, and I don't feel like Anarch does have a lot of weaknesses right now. Again, I think you can build, before the DreamNet ban, much more easier, you can build a 0 influence Hoshiko and probably win a large event. That being said, Corps are favored overall, and we don't feel comfortable banning the strongest runner so close to the largest event of the year. Therefore, we take a more cautious approach and instead take away one of Hoshiko's most unique and powerful tools. Yes. This is the one card that we were talking a week ago. Like, if you want to address Hoshiko, what is one card that you can ban that won't just absolutely kneecap the entire Anarch faction? And DreamNet is the answer. Well, DreamNet sees niche plays outside of faction. Again, now the mini factions are gone. The 2 Apex players don't have to be upset about this. But the big thing here is that this card is absurd in Hoshiko. It means Hoshiko is basically, her text says, draw 2 cards every turn clicklessly. And that's better than any other text in the game. Just clicklessly draw 2 cards, because you lose a credit, then you make a run, you gain the credit back, and you've drawn 2 cards, as long as you're making a run. And of course, the good Hoshikos do. So this is the one card. Now, this does technically hurt some of the other goofier lists that can or should be running this run-based lists. Again, in the future, or in the past, excuse me, we had cards like this, and I'm interested to see whether other run-based draw engines show up. We had John Mastinori back in the day, logging online with babes all day. Yeah, that flavor text is great, isn't it? But we used to have cards like this that were payoffs for run-based engines, and currently Criminal needs more card draws than is not enough. So this is a bummer for some of the Criminal decks, but not that you saw DreamNet too commonly, but that's, I think Criminal needs a lot of help in some fundamental ways. Let me just catch up on chat real quick. Boo, breaking swap and D-res. The DreamNet ban is an interesting way to bring Hoshiko down a notch without entirely. Yeah, so DreamNet did show up as a one of, like at Worlds last year, you saw it as a one of in Freedom, the Freedom list that came in second, the Egalité, that list. Like, it does still show up. I do think, and we said this earlier, that now with other cards like, I'm really excited now if we're playing some of the other Anarch packages, which we haven't seen in top tables that often. So what's it called? Solidarity Badge. Like, this is a really cool one that becomes like a pseudo draw card as long as you're playing, you know, a Lou deck or a Freedom deck. So I don't think those decks are on their own. They're like incredibly lacking card draw. They definitely like card draw. And the biggest reason why they need card draw so much compared to Hoshiko is because they're not Hoshiko. And Hoshiko inherently just draws you like half your deck for no reason. The one runner I'm a little bit sad we got hit by the DreamNet ban is Sable, but I think it was still a great call by SPT. Yeah. It's a bummer that Sable, who wants to play run-based Netrunner, it's a bit harder. In a competitive event, mishandling Ari's triggers can lead to a game loss due to unfixable board state and info given. In response to what, Diogene? It can, but it usually doesn't. It's very hard to mess it up so bad with Ari, because you can just take it back. Yeah, Sable losing is bad. It's unfortunate, yeah. Real losses that can't play both, exactly. A big part of it that there's no subset of 2 Anarch cards you can do that hit every Hoshiko deck. There's so many diverse Anarch options that you can play without Fermenter or Paladin and be 100% fine. Yeah, the article goes on to the list. The density of powerful cards within Anarch is extremely high. That is, I think, an issue right now with Anarch. Banning strong economy pieces like Paladin Puemu or Fermenter would only limit the scope of the faction, rather than actually reducing the raw power level of top decks. We're consistently seeing Hoshiko decks perform well without either of these cards. That is true. I think currently the deck list of the week right now is the Intercontinental one that is not running Paladin, not running Fermenter either. It's running 3 DreamNot, funny enough. But yeah, that deck now is illegal and is probably unplayable without DreamNot. With multiple ways to build the economies of top performing Anarch decks, we don't feel there's a real set of 2 cards we could ban. There you go, as Cropi was saying in chat. We need to look forward towards banning 3 cards, and a change of that scale requires testing time that we don't have ahead of the world champs. Reducing Anarch's ability to handle a wide variety of threats is something that we are looking into greater depths at the tournament. I think the article does go on to say, we'll get to it, but like it has to be a fundamental addressing of the Anarch card pool going forward. We're that much closer to ban Ashes, I guess. But yeah, it's a bit wild. Rip to the Nova players. At least it's only a 1-up. Yeah, Nova players losing endurance was the worst thing Nova players could ever have understood, so this will be not as bad. Looking forward to mess up every trigger in my first IRL event singles on Sunday. Wait, oh, since 2019, excuse me. We're not going to ban Steelskin for a whole bunch of reasons. Banning Paladin seems fine. I think all the companions should go. You can leave Fueno. You can get rid of Keiko. You can ban every single companion. You leave Fueno as a reminder, and then we're fine. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of Ashes. I just feel like there's so many cards in Ashes. And like specifically for me, I've been editing videos of Canadian Nationals. So we have like little animations anytime you get a credit off of Paladin Puemo, anytime you draw off of DreamNot. And like looking back and understanding, well, that Paladin Puemo, wow, that was a 14 credit econ card you install on turn 1. Like to me, that's nonsense. Why is there a 1 cost 14 credit econ card that you can get on turn 1 that requires very little nuanced play? It just, did they get the Paladin off the Gachapon on turn 1 if they don't have it in hand? And then it, steal agendas. It's absurd. It doesn't make sense. Imagine not being Hoshiko. The cost of not being Hoshiko is huge. Like, you have to draw through your deck somehow. Is Keeling dead? Yeah, Dust, they banned Keeling. Might just be coincidence, but logging with babes feels like a Napoleon Dynamite reference. It might be about that same time. I like how they made, what's his name? Masanori a bit of a dink. Being Paladin doesn't hit multiple top performing versions of Hoshiko, are worried. To be clear, 100% with okay banning Paladin. DreamNet will come off in the future. Yeah, may well. The article goes on to say, we'll read through the whole article, but yeah. Andre, you need to understand the big part of good Apex players, the ability to bear grudges, so we can still be upset even if their team's rotated. It's about sending a message. The easy way to mess up with R is to go over MU. Going over MU is the easiest way, yeah. Ship a Paladin band. DreamNet being gone forever seems fine, honestly. Not too worried about whether or not it comes back. I think we need a card like DreamNet. For what it's worth, most of the text on DreamNet doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, it's kind of a relic of its time, where their link mattered. Again, I think at some point NSG might just phase out traces. I think NSG might just stop printing link on IDs at some point. They're still doing it, obviously, but NSG hasn't printed a trace card since Ashes. And they've only printed, I think, 1 unique trace card. All the other ones have been reprints, like Winchester, but they reprinted Punitive. I feel like there's another trace card. But like, I feel like Link is not gonna exist forever unless they do something interesting with it. Like the Cloud Breaker is kind of interesting, if you call that interesting. And then I also think digital subtype exists on 1 card. So like, I don't know, print a new DreamNet. Hey, Benedict, I'm just started playing Netrunner. Where can I find decks for startup? So the easiest way you can do it, Benedict, not a lot of folks know this. If you go in NetRunnerDB, you go to deck lists, up until left, you hit search. Then here you select allowed packs. This is a hidden feature. And then you hit startup here, and then you just hit search. And if you want a certain card that you like, you can put into cards used, but that is the easiest way to do it. I worry that there's not a lot of deck lists right now in startup on NetRunnerDB, just because standard has been kind of like a really big thing. And a lot of players are transitioning to standard because we had a big rotation. So the options here might be a bit sparse, but that's how you do it. How's it going? I'm fine with dropping Paladin, honestly. In fact, the only companion that should exist is Fueno. Pat knows that's up. Taka is fine and Miami is fine. Paladin's the most egregious because it's usable on every turn, basically. I think Taka is still potentially a 12 credit econ card. Miami is a bit harder to play around because eventually, like, Miami forces you to make bad decisions. You've seen me play Miami on stream. Taka often can be played early without running into issues. That is the one downside of Taka. Yeah, you have to be able to set up and break, but like still. How's Pomo real and Rizeki banned? Well, Rizeki's credits in your credit pool, which is more powerful. But yeah, it's just another Rizeki. I find Miami also runs into late game problems when events run out. Yeah, especially like expensive events. Like you steal 2 agendas, you're like, I'll keep discarding cards from hand. I'll draw a sure gamble eventually. Now for a second camera so the effects can be game space aware. I'm fine with leaving Taka in Miami. They force interaction and not just installing stuff. Yeah, they're definitely less egregious. Keiko also, I don't get. I've never had a trace happen in a game I've played. Funny enough, again, editing from K-Nuts, I think out of all the videos I've edited so far, there's one trace, and it was a non-boosted trace. ScapeNet. Oh, thank you. Yeah, ScapeNet. Very much one of the cards of all time. It got a lot worse too, because it doesn't trash DreamNet anymore. Yeah, Trebuchet. Okay, so it's like Trebuchet, ScapeNet, Winchester. We can look it up, but like I'm so interested to see what the folks at NSG are going to do with trace, because it's a nonsense subtype. Let's just do X trace. It's like side game. Link is a bit too niche for it to be an important part of a card. It's because it came from original Netrunner, right? But it's there on already good cards. It hoses any cards with trace on them. Yeah, the thing is, like, if you're coming into the game now, you don't understand exactly why Link mattered. Like, there were certain matchups where, like, you would link up and you played against NBN that had trace on all their ice, and then it turns out that, you know, they don't have ice anymore. That's a bummer. But yeah, it just hasn't mattered. So if we go by set release, okay, so there is only a couple cards. Oh, Flip Switch says trace on it, but it doesn't actually. Trebuchet, ScapeNet, Winchester, and Punitive. Yeah, so there's 4 functional cards with trace right now in startup, and otherwise it's just reprints of cards. System Update 2021 has only Punitive. It's like really, really niche the amount of traces that are in the game. Like on stream at American Continentals, when somebody fired a SIU trace, we had to explain traces. Like that's how strange traces are to a lot of folks. Wait, Nova's digital? Yo, Joe, I had no idea. Oh, so that actually is a bad hit for Nova. I thought Nova was just playing it because Nova has... I had no idea Nova is digital. That's actually really cool. Any broken Trish lists you can recommend? Trish is really, really broken. Off the top of my head, no. But playing with that court case card that you can upgrade is really, really, really good. There's a cat companion too? Yeah. Yeah, Dig's hanging out with Bueno. Rizeki no deck building cost. There's at least a deck building cost with Pomo. You could argue that, but I don't think that's true. Bring back Emptied Mind so I can build my Jake. Hell yeah, I got the live stream 1 a.m. Not regretting. What up, Mr. Metropole? Jai, how's it going? Side games are niche? Side games are niche. There is only one side game in startup. Yeah, there's 2 side games on NSG cards, I think. I'm worried about losing trace means my design for Gingerbread 2.0 will never get printed. You just put Observer on it, you're fine. Punitive's the only trace card in the startup card pool as far as I know. Right now, I think, Ryan, you're right. But there are NSG cards that say it. Yeah. Hey, Jakobos, how's it going? Not that side game are niche, but what I'm saying is that there was one card that said 1 recurring credit spent only on side games. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Okay, back to the article. Excuse me. DreamNot is one of the few consistent aspects of Hosh decks, and its removal both reduces the speed at which she sets up and could help bring decks which care about taxing the runner's clicks through damage. Oh man, when you're playing against PE and click when they install a DreamNot, it's so bad. Like Jinteki Personnel Evolution and horizontal builds of Ops super heavy logistics. Back into the meta. Denying the best runner an additional card every turn does a lot to promote this deck, let alone a credit a turn. While DreamNot also saw play outside of Hosh, it is far less central to the decks and cannot use the digital clause, exactly, which have other alternatives for card draw readily available for them. Criminals are like, wait, what do you mean we have all their alternative for card draw? But yeah, largely that's true. Au revoir, economy. We'll be watching closely to see if Hosh continues to be omnipresent with this change. If she requires a ban later, you can expect DreamNet to be unbanned at the same time. Sick, love it. Again, that should be kind of given with all ban lists, but it's always important to restate that for folks who love DreamNet and don't like Hosh. Will also be considered broader changes to the Anar card pool, and similarly, DreamNet will be considered for an unban at that time. We are aware that the card is very different nature to most of the ban list, and there is in every chance that is not a permanent addition. It is a really weird card on the ban list. Because, like, that's it. It's just a really weird card on the ban list. It's not toxic. It's not, like, overperformant individually. You could argue it is, actually, but, like, nowhere near, like, some of the other cards on the list. Oh, Konjin. Yeah, you're right. Konjin is another side game. I forget about that one. With the most powerful runner weakened, Corpse will benefit across the board. That's a scary prospect in meta that's already corp favored, but we are satisfied that most of the corps in the current meta create interesting and dynamic games. One exception to the rule is the QTM podcast. Dr. Vish and Keeling. While decks like Prana Condenser P have used her fairly, that's a sentence, she's best known for big and non-scoring win condition and Ag Infusion decks, which tends to result in drawn-out games that put stress on the timing schedule of tournaments. Our worst case scenario for Worlds is that Keeling Prison dominates that event and banning her prevents the outcome. But hold on a second. I honestly don't think that the modern Keeling decks result in drawn-out games. I'm going to be the first to say that, like, I'm happy that Keeling is banned. Like, I'm not fighting that. But I don't think the problem with Keeling decks is they're going to time. The problem with Keeling decks is that they're Keeling decks. And, like, this is a really kind of, you know, it's a learning, obviously. It's a learning here. I think it's sick that Netrunner should have more win conditions, alternate win conditions, right? Like having alternate win conditions to tackle the game, to look at the game are very interesting. But NSG, please make them fun. Like nobody likes losing to Keeling. It is not fun. Even killing someone with slowing with Keeling, like I'd argue it's not fun either. But like, it's wild. This card is so aggressively, like it's obviously incredibly powerful. The numbers on it are pretty nonsense. But like losing to this is some of the worst Netrunner. Like it just feels bad. And maybe you can get away with that, making cards feel bad because it's a corporate win condition. But like, oh man, like compare this obviously to Borehole, which is, you know, the joke that came out in the same pack. But at least like Super Dupe Borehole is a bit more exciting when it goes up, as much as maybe it also feels bad. At least it pushes you forward. I don't know. This bums me out. This is not fun. It's not a fun Netrunner card. I aggressively not fun. Banning her was the right call. I feel called out. My longest Keeling game at EMEA was 13 turns and none of them went to time, but the better the runner, the most likely Ag ends up in a holding pattern until it loses slowly. Wait, that's one of the sentences you wrote? Yeah, about it not being fun? Hold on. It's arguable that the deck, I'm not trying to call you out, Sophie. It's arguable that the deck doesn't have a problematic power level as long as runners play the requisite tech cards like Pinhole and En Passant. However, we believe Keeling will continue to be an issue in the future if left unbanned. And while the change might not currently be warranted by the deck's power level alone, I think it does. It will help to ensure a Fun Worlds metagame 100%, while getting ahead of a problem we would likely need to address in the future. Anyways, Ag Infusion was also a viable ban list target, but we believe that Ag Infusion Glacier is still a reasonable deck, and without the Glacier archetype would be present as well. And as you said, like I do think if you just ban Ag Infusion, you'd see Keeling somewhere else. You'd see wherever it can go. KDM has the highest concentration of people I've ever seen are collectively happy to play into Prison Ag Infusion. Yep. Yep. Hope nobody minds me saying the timing concerns weren't in my initial draft that was added later by an editor. That's really funny. Yeah. Editor's note. That's so like, firstly, that's funny. Secondly, understanding too, with any level of communication that it's like, it has, you know, Crofy's name on it, but like, you know, always there's someone else's, I'm not going to say stink, but I don't mean a negative connotation. It's really important to understand whenever there's any public communication from any size of anything. So like, just keep that in mind. It's always a general, like a literacy, media literacy thing. It's really cool to see that in practice. They didn't print Keeling with points to the runner like executives. Yeah, so we like, I think on the channel we've had many times to talk about like what you could do to Keeling to make it better. Like trash removed from game, that doesn't do enough, but that does help. Any sort of recursion, make it worth points. Okay. I just like, I don't know. It's not fun. Keeling is scuffed as hell and I'm happy to see her gone. The stuff about fair Prana was me. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any of the PE decks playing Prana, and like Warride, people just stopped playing Warride Tracker, and I don't know why. I think because losing Obakata makes that deck like less prisony, but like there's still a deck there. Both Keeling and Borehole kill in 6 turns. Borehole makes the runner stronger. Keeling makes the runner weaker. Keeling also costs 3 credits less to res. Yeah. Is HP still the strongest corp? Feels like it seems them in a top cut all the time. Jimmy, how's it going? HP is like really, really consistent and quite good. Doesn't Ag just host Pinhole? Yes, but it's also just hoses any run events. Balancing around how easy it is to schedule tournaments is suspicious. I'm glad that part was not in the initial draft. It is a true concern. It's like if people are, the thing is like that generally self-corrects on the player side. Like people realize I can't bring this deck to a tournament, so they just don't. Which like it's fine. Don't mention Warroid, please. There's 2 nationals this weekend. Yeah, it's in there. Aeneas Wheels is everywhere, so Warroid became a lot less good. I think Wheels like might see a slightly less play now that Hoshiko might be less dominant and DreamNot specifically is less dominant because that's the good package there. But yeah, I could see the problem there. Losing DNA Tracker hurt that deck a lot. It did. It definitely did. Like a Teeny's not DNA Tracker. Rohit, that's a good point as well. Yo, real talk though. Can you just take a Keeling deck in Ag Infusion and play the original Keeling kill card? I never remember the name of the card. Like, why can't we do this? It's faster. As long as you have the money to get advancements on this, and like you need a couple advancements, this is just Keeling. There's no meat damage tech in the meta. People are not playing like this is obviously much more expensive. But like, can we just play this? Can I just play Ag Infusion and with 17 influence spend 9 influence on clearinghouses? Right? Like you can still build the prison deck. There was that one like startup deck that I hated to play against where it was just like every turn I'm going to advance the clearinghouse once and then eventually they die. And like I do think you're there. You obviously have to pre-res against Hermes, but like if people stop playing Pinhole because they don't have to deal with Keeling, which I still think you play Pinhole. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably still a deck. Having -1 hand size from Keeling killed you with Untuned and Weird, at least to me. Yeah, that's a really weird thing, but at least competitively, from my understanding, most players died running the turn before they died to Keeling. Yeah, with Lacosta, with Seamless, but definitely with Lacosta and Faction. Influence is a problem. You need to import ice. What you can do, though, is just play Glacier and score out 2 5/3s and a Gene Splicer. Yep. That Brandon was playing that Hyper Glacier. He was trying to score 3 5/3s, though, or just like score 2 and go to time. But yeah, I think Gene Splicers, it's definitely still in the card pool. Clearinghouse worked well in my PE deck. Diogene, I was thinking about this. Have you tried Ronin? Because I'm wondering if you can just like play more Seamlesses and play Ronin, and that might be similar. I don't know if it's better. But yeah, Clearinghouse and PE is a different thing. Showing up that Ag is the problem and not Keeling. Ag is a busted powerful ability that makes it really hard to pinhole and has 17 influence. It's going to be good. The cost of Clearinghouse is a little more setup and is credit negative over turns instead of being able to click for 3. Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. I think the difference of having to pitch 50% of your deck while you draw for a solution is pretty notable. What do you mean in Celestial? Like playing against Ag Infusion? All right, last part though, Laamb. Laamb was originally banned in part due to its interaction with cards like Knifed and Surfer. So these are 2 cards. Does Laamb play all right with Quetzal? We're going to find out, Colin, maybe. So Knifed, this is a really cool card. There was a whole set of cutlery that came out in Order and Chaos, the Anarch and Wayland Deluxe expansion back in 2014. And there was one for each subtype of ice. So it said make a run for 1 credit. The first time you break all 17s on a barrier during this run, trash the barrier. And the idea was that you play this with Laamb. And so that you could make any ice a barrier and then you could just trash it. So 2 credits. That's the thing with Laamb. Laamb on its own is it's not a great fractor. It's 2 MU, but it's really good for big barriers. Big barriers are not that common in the meta right now. There's one big barrier that's pretty prevalent and maybe it'll see less play. I don't think so. I think without Keeling, it's still very good ice. But the idea is that when you encounter a piece of ice, once per turn, you can make it a barrier for 2 credits. And then ideally, like you can run into Enigma and break it for 4 credits. Not amazing. It's 4 credits for an install program is not that bad. It's 2 MU, which is kind of rough. But the idea is that you could just make anything an ice a barrier and trash it. And so we got these things, they were called stabby max decks. And max was an ID that just got free card draw. Imagine Hoshiko, but a bit more destructive. And then once you got to the bottom of your deck, you would just use something like labor rights and then just put like 3 knives back into your deck and some economy. And then we would just do knife, knife, knife. And then you just be like knife juggler. And then you would destroy all the ice. It was a really good archetype. It was just genuinely a really good archetype and hard to play against because they can just knife down whatever ice they want as long as there was the first outermost ice, depending on, it was neat. It was really, really neat. So the other one was Surfer. Oh man, I hated this card. Shout out to David who played a lot of this casually, and this card frustrated the hell out of me. This card is Surfer. It is a really interesting card. I love programs that are not icebreakers or not economy cards that do weird things. This one's a bit much. You spend 2 credits to swap a piece of barrier ice you're currently being countered with a piece of ice directly before or after it, and the run continues from that position. So imagine that they have 4 ice on any server. The outermost is a barrier, or you make it a barrier for 2 credits with Laamb, and then you just pay 2 credits to surf it in, and then 2 credits to surf it in, and then 2 credits to surf it in. And you've got through that whole server for whatever the ice costs to break up front, plus 2 credits per every ice on the remote server. And generally ice costs you more than 2 credits. So now their ice subtypes didn't matter because you can Laamb Surfer through everything. Cowabunga, dude. Inversificator Kid is like Surfer. It is like Surfer, except it only works once. And this works the whole damn server. And this thing was never a top tier tournament deck. I don't think it won it in a major tournament, but it was like one of the most frustrating archetypes to play against because your ice didn't matter. Your positionality, you had some like play with it where you wanted to put 2 barriers and like there were some things you could do about it, but it was really, really frustrating. And so Laamb got banned out. This was the more powerful thing. This was the more annoying thing. I don't think anything competitively did well with Surfer, but it sucked. Those cards are since rotated, and Laamb looks like it could have an interesting position in the game right now. Bran is taxing against most breakers, and Laamb handles it very adeptly. I would argue that breaking a Bran for 5 credits is like... You can do better in Shaper, that's for sure, but it's not amazing. But like, I don't think anyone has amazing ways to deal with Bran, so like, it's okay. But I do not, we'll talk about Laamb in a second, because there's a lot of interesting things you can do with it. I'm not sure I'm excited to put Laamb in a Shaper deck, unless you're doing something else with the text on Laamb itself. I think if you're just putting Laamb in your deck as an okay Fractor that takes up 2 MU, like, you're gonna run into some issues. I don't know if that's exactly it, but it's like, I don't think there's a reason the card should be banned, unless we run into some weird 2 or 3 card combination, which is why Laamb ended up banned in the first place. Church of Takobi? Yeah, people are playing Church of Takobi. Hold on. The damage happens at once? Zombie. Let me just catch up. Is server gone? Yeah, server rotated out. For what it's worth, I've been told, but I can't find it myself, is that Yakuza actually drew a really small surfer on the Art of Wave. I'm not sure where it is, and I don't think we're gonna have the resolution. I think it's right here. I think if you zoom in right here on the inside of the lip, there is the surfer guy riding the wave. As a shout out to Surfer. Huge jank potential with Begamot. Yeah, there's a lot of really weird janky things you can do. Hey, Veronica, yes, new ban list. Keeling also protects itself very well with card click taxing, while Clearinghouse does not in any way. But Clearinghouse will blow you out if you face check badly at any point in time while it's a threat on the table. I don't want to say that I think Clearinghouse is better than Keeling, because obviously it's not, but I do think it's an archetype that could be looked at. Looking at the ban list update, I think Laamb on ban might be big just because it's so effective against Bran, which is one of the most taxing ice. I don't think paying 5 for Bran is good. Right? Like, you can just install one of those. Install what's it called? Like, you play a Turbine and you get through it for 4 with and then you still have a Turbine Cleaver. Like, I don't know. Clickless part of Clearinghouse is important. Yeah, for sure. It's a lot expensive to use than Ronin. I once won a game by my test as 2x Clearinghouse. The thing is, you still win that game if you, well, not if you 2x Ronin, but if you do 1 Clearinghouse, 1 Ronin, you still win that game, right? And you do more damage. Like, obviously, Clearinghouse is great, but I think you can maybe play 1 fewer Clearinghouse, 1 more Ronin, and then have like maybe a Streeple Overrider influence. Genuinely thinking Check a Scion is funny in the deck, but yeah. Thanks, Chris Dyer. For whatever it's worth, while Ag Infusion can get around Pinhole, they're still really good. 2x Pinhole works, and if you can trash the first Keeling with good central pressure, runners favored. I think the caveat there is with good central pressure, because you almost always lose the first, often you lose the first Keeling, and it's fine. Yeah, Steel Skin also doesn't work. Bronze is real and can hurt you. The damage happens all once. If we're running big expensive breakers, why not just run Ngolo? Ben, that's the big thing, is like, if you want a way to paint through ice, I would say that Ngolo is, besides the magnet issue, is probably, I don't know, like, I feel like it's hard to tell which one you'd rather play. The big difference between Ngolo and Laamb is that Ngolo is 4 influence, Laamb is like 2. And that actually is a really meaningful change when it comes to deck building. I think that's the most important thing outside of faction. Inside faction, Ngolo is actually technically a pretty good code gate. It's also pretty good at dealing with the high strength sentries. The numbers are slightly more favorable, usually slightly more favorable, depending on what you're expecting, than Laamb. Laamb is also just not good at dealing with the barriers you're expecting to deal with. A lot of the barriers are 1 subroutine, 1 strength, and paying 2 for that's pretty bad. While, you know, at a minimum, playing 3 for magnet's not great, but it's not like that much worse than we used to play. Server getting a shout out on the code gate is legitimately funny. You gotta serve something. When her face planted into Starlit Night with 8 tags and Banhart. If you're playing Glacier Egg, sure you are going to also have money to play Shell Game with traps. Like Clap Tringhouse feels pretty incompatible with Glacier. So Spark, you just put it in the remote server, and then you just put a Lacosta, and then you advance it once, maybe twice manually. But the idea is that if you have a Lacosta in the remote server, you're not paying for the advancements, and then maybe on the final turn, you can advance it twice to get it to 6. Yeah. So it's not Shell game, you have to have it in, a remote server. Shell game is generally used for a bunch of uniced servers, and you're right, you don't have the money, but I think like it is an option if you want to build that sort of like, I want to kill you in a remote server. If you're concerned about Magnet with Angola, just slot a leech. Yep. Or Jacoby or Turbine. There's a lot of ways you can do it. Angola lets you do investigator nonsense if it's on your path. Yes. People rely on breaking Hagen with Laamb. Please rely. Yeah, like how bad is it to break an early Hagen with Laamb? 5 credits. It's like what Cleaver would do. Could you use bigger barriers becoming popular in the future, or are they better as cheap modular ice? I think big barriers are in an unfortunate part of Netrunner because they usually have the least interesting subroutines. I think barriers right now are way more taxing than most people realize they are. Like Braun was, I say, pretty quietly very good for a while now, and people are realizing that the fractors that are seeing play, nothing deals with Braun really well. Of course, Braun's subroutines actually work really well with some of the most powerful abilities and IDs right now, things like ASA group with Ag Infusion. That's a really good first subroutine. But the idea is like nobody, like I even think something as simple as Tree Line does not get broken well. People are not playing Botulus. Having a 4 strength, let alone a 7 strength tree line, like a 7 strength tree line is a nightmare for a lot of breakers, but people are not playing this. They're playing a Bladed Barriers, they're playing Border Controls, maybe they're playing Envelopment, that's the chunkiest mid-range barrier you see. And then of course we talked about Pharos, which like generally I think a 7 strength tree line, not that you'd probably still play Pharos on the list, nobody breaks this well. Now the big thing that does break these well is Hush. Hush does eat advanceable ice. But like this is the big problem that I don't love about Pharos is like it's just a big old stat stick. At least it has like a tag subroutine on it. But like I don't know. To me, if barriers are really good and people are just stacking a whole bunch of barriers, I don't think the game's that interesting. Maybe y'all ain't playing Tree Line. Barriers are probably better now that they've ever been. We don't have Paperclip. Exactly, yeah. Barriers to break a Tree Line. Like who breaks this well? Who breaks a 4 strength barrier, let alone a 7 strength barrier reasonably okay? Of course, Botulus, single subroutine, Slap Vandal plus Hush, pretty good. But yeah, no, they're annoying. They are really annoying. Laamb breaks most ice for 5 to 7 credits. Yeah, but so does Angolo. It's not that much different. But then you're not playing Shell Game and you're just saying that you'll protect Clearinghouse by playing Shell Game? I think we're talking about 2 different decks there. I was talking about Clearinghouse when Diogene's PE deck, but when I'm talking about Clearinghouse in Ag Infusion, it's single iced server, defensive upgrades, all that nonsense. Braun wasn't good at all in a world with Paperclip, and Laamb breaks it for the same total. Yes, but then you have to play Laamb. I also think Braun was better than the amount I saw play, even into a world of Paperclip. Like, this is the weird thing, is like Firewall existed for a long time and nobody played Firewall. Obviously, it doesn't have a face check on it, but like having to force someone to pay 4 credits at a minimum to go through the Firewall for 5 credits was actually better than I think it looked. That's a bit of a wild take, but even in a world with Paperclip, like forcing the Anarch to pay 5 to go through this, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Like you can't afford it. It's like, that was the thing is like people like actually more quickly play Endless Eula, which was 6. And now people don't play this at all because Cleaver is kind of common. But like Endless Eula, people started realizing, wait, just having a 6, even if they don't need a breaker that they have to trade 6 for, is not that much different than a Firewall or a Braun, as much as you can click through a Braun. So I don't know. I think big barriers are just less interesting. So they don't see a lot of play. In Startup of Cannons, there was a brutal prop deck that ran Urtica, Drago, Clearinghouse. Yeah. 7 string tree line also dies to Botchas, which is a huge issue investing that much. Yeah, but you just play magnets in the deck, right? And then eventually you res a magnet. But yeah, no, the only thing is Botchas. But also, like, have you seen some of the deck lists of the week? The last 2 weeks are Hoshiko's not running Botchas because everyone's on a virus. This Hoshiko has no Botchas. The last week's Cannats Hoshiko has no Botchas. It's not as bad as it used to be. I love a big old stat stick. Still only costs Cleaver 3 to break tree line. That's not bad. Like, that's not amazing, but for a barrier, paying 4 and them spending 3 on Cleaver is not bad. It's like, is Eli better than it looks right now? Why have I seen so many people play Naja and not Eli? Like, is Eli better than it looks right now? Yes, I think Eli is better than it looks right now. Paying 3 for a 3-cost res is fine. It's okay. The problem right now is that the ice and the decks are so much more interesting, where like in that HP deck, you could be running Hagen or a Bladiv. That is the biggest issue because both of those cards are more relevant than it is economically taxing. But like Eli 1.0 is okay. Tree line at 4 is okay. Tree line at 7, pretty good. Are berries restricted in what they can do due to the nature of lore versus code gates and sentries? Yes. Very notable if you're not familiar. This is the one barrier that's like the meanest barrier ever printed, and it got banned before the rotation because it has so much text on it and it doesn't do what you think a barrier should do. And the corporation can res it for 0 credits. Like, I was really hoping this card would get banned before it got banned. It kind of got banned out of nowhere. But yeah, this is a weird barrier. Most barriers just end the run and then do something minor. Has Eli ever been bad? Have you seen Eli in the last 3 years? Yeah, I guess so. The problem with Eli and Treeline is that if you run into Turbine, you feel sad. Those getting broken for 1 card is devastatingly bad. Yeah. And so the question is like, what deck do you play it into? A fast enough deck? And then like, what fast deck is running Eli? So that's kind of the issue. It's like, if ice is going to be, this is like, the Turbine issue. And at least NSG has, the poison to their own problems. It's like, if they're going to print ice that just like becomes useless once you get a Turbine down, at least they're printing bladed barriers. At least they're printing like Phonotria, right? Like they're printing ice that has text on it that, gets hushed eventually, maybe. But yeah, that's unfortunately the issue. A lot of the earlier ice is just, numbers. Poor Jemison. I never understood resing ice in Jemison. Do we see click Poison Biotech and have popularity for dealing with Brawn? Sort of, but Ryan, I think we might see Poison Biotech on another angle sooner because of that. What would you say is the image behind Code Gates and what they do? Code Gates sometimes end the run, but Code Gates just do weird stuff. They're not destructive unless it's damage, but they generally observe, they obstruct, and that's it. But they're the goofy one. Like Sentries hurt, barriers end the run, Code Gates are some midpoint. It's like the middle of the Venn diagram. Code Gates often end the run, but don't always. A shout out specifically, I think what did this really well is System Gateway. System Gateway did such a good job at showing you the differences between all the types of subtypes of ice. So like all of the barriers, full images, they just end the run. No surprises there. They end the run plus some additional text. So tag end the run, big tag end the run, HB end the run. Great. All the sentries hurt you and they trash stuff. So like trash stuff, bit of net damage, trash stuff, net damage, great. And then specifically none of the Code Gates in System Gateway ended the run unless you allowed them to end the run. And I don't think we've actually seen that design that well since there, but all of the Code Gates in System Gateway were conditional end the run. And I think that's so cool. But now if you look at some of the newer sets, that's not always the case. But I think that's a really cool way of defining the 3 types. Barriers end the run, sentries hurt, Code Gates can end the run, but they give you some choices. Hey, Augustus, how's it going? It was weird getting back into the game and seeing no one was playing Eli anymore. That card used to be on the most wanted list. Yeah, but everyone used to break it for 4 credits. But it used to be on the most wanted list. It's a really weird shout out. How's it going, by the way? Code Gates and HB often do core damage for fun. Are there any Code Gates in HB that do core damage? Okay, so if we look at this, if we go to like a subtype Code Gate. Shaper broke Eli for 1 credit. Yeah, that card also ended up on the list. Yeah, so it's not like System Gateway anywhere. Valenchow is the closest to a System Gateway Code Gate. Sometimes ends the run. VSA could be a Sentry, but it feels more like a Code Gate because of Observer. Atini, some interesting choices. MIC, easily MIC could have been a barrier. I don't actually understand why MIC is a Code Gate. It's because it looks like an Enigma. But like, could have been a barrier. I don't think it matters. Jaguar Rundy's a Sentry though, right? Pretty sure Jaguar Rundy is a Sentry. Yeah, it's a Bigma, yeah. Yeah, it's a Sentry. Tyr, Hikaru, those are all Sentries. Code Gates deflect classically. Sandstorm deflects, it's not even a Code Gate. They're dating Uwu. Yeah, Deflector is actually a real subtype on cards. It's mostly Code Gates and then like Sandstorm, I think. All right, so the question is, what can we do with this? Today, we're going to be doing a bunch of that stuff. We're going to be trying some of the lists and seeing what the changes are. I just want to shout out Laamb really first, because I think the interesting thing with Laamb is the way it interacts with some other cards, because I'm not a big Laamb believer. I could be wrong. I think understanding what people will play, like this is the biggest thing to understand is going into my, the way that I talk about Laamb. I don't like Ngolo. I have never played Ngolo in a single deck and thought, this is really cool. I don't like Ngolo. I don't know if I'm wrong. Classically, it's turned out that I'm wrong on this, but understanding that you're hearing someone talk about a very similar card to Ngolo who doesn't like Ngolo is going to color my, the way I think about Laamb. So I'm aware, but like, I don't like Ngolo. I've never felt good to me. Ngolo, no. What's your take on the observer subtype? Veronica, could use some work. It could use some work. But the interesting thing with, this is not going to work the way I want it to do. X searches the hold card text. Oh, because it searches icebreakers. Okay. So there's a lot of weird cards that interact with barriers in non-obvious ways that are in standard. So we're going to just open a whole bunch of them, and then we're going to have these available, and then we can use them. Some of them are okay. Some of them are pretty bad. But we'll get through them. People forgot about Tremolo. Tremolo is kind of a neat card, isn't it? Let's just open a couple of these to talk about, because there are some interesting interactions with Ngolo. Okay, and I think we just open it this. Okay, let's talk about this. Begamot. This is a cool thing you can do with Laamb. And again, I think if Laamb is going to pop off, it's largely going to pop off attached to something cool. And so the idea is that you can now play just a Laamb and Begamot Breaker Suite. There goes 4 of your MU. That's a problem. But the idea is that if you have enough core damage, you can at least once a turn get through some barriers. I don't know how good that is. It's going to be fun though, but Begamot has seen absolutely no play, and breaking any number of barrier subroutines for 1 credit attached to a paint for 2, as long as it's below 5 or 6 strength, depending on how much core damage you've taken, you should be in a good spot. That deck could probably get away with playing as well. I've never seen this deck. Like, people say this is a deck, but I've never seen it. But like Palangi is another way to make things at instant speed a barrier. This one is 3 influence, but the big beautiful thing with Laamb is that Laamb is only 2 influence. So actually putting like 3 copies of Laamb in your ESA deck is like within the realm of possibility. Ngolo being 4, you generally don't see, you maybe see 2 splashed. You did see that in the last Continental season, but this is actually kind of neat. How easy is it to increase MU? Your console's generally the start. So like if you're playing ESA, you're definitely playing the console, which is, well, you're usually playing the console, specifically in standard, you're playing Marrow. From that point on, I think there's a chance in ESA you could really consider maybe playing, what is the console that gives you hand size? The MU card that gives you hand size? Koge identities, no identity? I don't think it's that bad. What is the neutral one? T400, yeah. Like, you could maybe argue that T400 is playable in ESA. I don't love these cards because maximum hand size is a nice way that you can take a bit more core damage, but don't love it. Hippocampic? Nah, let's not do that. But you actually could. No, okay, let's not completely dismiss it. You could play Hippocampic in ESA and not play Marrow, and then actually play another console that gives you more MU. I think it's a possibility. I think Hippocampic is a really bad card in general. Shout out to surviving Keeling, which is a really funny way of using this. QTM was talking about that in the podcast. But yeah, it's neat. Doesn't Laamb Begamot just lose to any double ice? Yes. So you have to run some other options, like you have to run Botchless. You probably have to run some amount of ice destruction. Like, you have to do a bit more work. It's not going to be your entirety of your breaker suite. And then like you also have Banhar, right? Like you have to put other things in your deck that allow you to cheat around it, but you don't always lose to 2 ice. If at least they're both non-barriers and both do end the run. This is actually a really big thing. It's like, it's very easy to come up with a deck and be like, wow, that deck can't break 2 magnets in a row. But the thing is, like, realistically, 2 magnets in a row does not happen in like 95% of games. And even if they do put 2 magnets on R&D, run HQ, run the remote server, right? Like, you don't have to be able to deal with everything. You just have to be like, test the deck out, see if it works. But yeah, there's issues with it for sure. Yeah. Other things, Poison Vial. This is mostly interesting because Quetzal is now like, you know, if Hoshiko is not the most powerful thing, maybe you're more excited to play Quetzal. Quetzal, their ability says you can break 1 barrier subroutine, use ability only once per turn. So the idea is that if you can make something a barrier for 2 credits with your Ngolo, or sorry, with your Laamb, you can get through 1 barrier subroutine on a sentry. That's not very great, but the idea here is you can also combine this with Poison Vial, so you can do things like get through Brawn for free. You can get through a sentry for 1 Quetzal ability and then 1 poison. Like, it's neat. You still have to figure out how to like win off of that. You need a lot of like very big burst runs. This is maybe the sort of deck that sits back and does twinning every 2 or 3 turns, throws out a finality, but this is technically a thing you can do. And there's some other support cards you can consider running with this because they're still legal, right? Like, what's it called? Gabahali and Kongamato. There are these like, they don't seem amazing now, but these cards used to be busted powerful that are one-time shot uses of breaking subroutines. And so this works with Poison Vial. The problem, I think, is Poison Vial is actually a lot of influence, and I don't know if you're going out of your way. Oh, it's not that much influence. And then you can go out of your way to play like Flux Capacitor to recharge it if you really need to. You can rejig it back to hand. There's some like really weird stuff in there that you can do. Ice Placement is a super underrated skill, to be honest, spoken as an Acme stan. Super Corridor? Yeah, It was super corridor the whole time. Hey, Crofi, thanks so much for dropping in to talk about the article. Well done. Anarchist Keiko. The problem with Observer subtype is that when people say it, I assume they're referring to my Wayland remotes. Fuck off, Pat. Okay. Other stuff. They banned Anna Fire, huh? I rotated. Like, this is kind of interesting. The idea that if you make something a barrier, you can get through it cheaply with Propeller. Propeller breaks most barriers for 1 or 2 credits. But I think a big thing that, like, potentially, and this is the problem that I don't fully get when playing Laamb and Shaper, is that, like, you can play Cleaver. I think Cleaver is really good right now. Most of the barriers you're running into are low strength. Now, the big strength, the brawn, the stuff like that, that's okay, because in Faction, eventually you'll get stuff down like your Turbine. Again, I'd honestly say in Shaper right now, I'm actually not even that excited to run Cleaver, because we have access to like things like Gauss, which sometimes is 4 strength. When you really need it, you can work on that. But otherwise comes in at 1 strength, well, it becomes 1 strength, and that's good enough most of the time. But the idea is that you can play any of these breaker suites attached to something like a Turbine, and then you have something that can deal with the big stuff relatively cheaply. So I don't even know if like spending 2 in MU on just a barrier breaker is better than, you know, getting down in the early game Gauss or an early game Cleaver and then eventually getting your Turbine down, which helps your entire board. So to me, I don't understand this, which is like why I'm actually way more excited to play Laamb out of Faction for 2 influence than in Shaper, because this doesn't make that much sense to me. Other things, this doesn't really matter, but in theory, you could, you know, get through barriers super cheaply with Tremolo if you painted them. Same with Yusuf. This is actually really cool to me because Ngolo is actually one of the most popular AI breakers, quote unquote AI breakers in Freedom decks. I think Sokka just posted a list recently at Continental Season where Ngolo was a 1 of or 2 of in Freedom lists because Freedom wanted to spend, Freedom has a lot of MU to work with, and Freedom having the flexibility of Ngolo attached to other virus stuff like seemed really powerful. And now in that list, like Laamb is just a much better inclusion because you already have Yusuf. So now you can use Laamb to charge through any ice, let alone you can break through it for free with Yusuf. Like, let's find that Sokka list. Like, this actually seems like one of the better homes for Laamb for sure. Why did admin fall off? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It's harder to rely on Leech right now than it ever is because virus is like pretty common, but I think admin is underexplored. I think there's a big chance admin is a much better card than it looks like. For what it's also worth, NSG has been a lot better at printing more interesting ice strengths. Right, like this is Sokka's list. It's on 2 Ngolo. It's running 3 Yusuf. Some of these lists with Simulchip will also go out of their way to run Palangi because it's a nice virus and it works with Nob Kari, so you can paint more stuff. But you can play 3 in here and have the same amount of influence. And this is a really good combination. Like this plays Laamb. This is probably really quite good. And like if Freedom looks a lot better with the Solidarity Badge draw engine when Hoshiko isn't now the one drawing all the time. So I think there's one of the big winners from Hoshiko not being as good as Freedom. And, you know, talked about how the assets are in a good spot. Rigging up admin is fun. I never considered that. I think a big thing with admin was Yogg. You could 4+ Yogg and basically have code gates solved. Yeah, Mushin, how's it going? I think modernly, like you can do admin 6 and like that's amazing into like the outfit. Like there's a bunch of weird breakpoints in certain decks. Like admin's one of the better ways to deal with Braun. I think it's neat. It also deals with Gatekeeper on res. So you do like, generally those decks do like admin 0, admin 2 or 4, admin 6, something like that. Anyways, I think that's neat. What else we got? I don't think there's that much else. You have Egret. It just says barrier on it. Don't worry about it. It's worth knowing that Kurapira and Banner only slightly work in certain ways. I don't think it's worth spending all this influence just to be able to deal with one barrier okay. Like this is the big problem, is you don't have a lot of synergy. Playing Laamb in a criminal list and then being able to like get through something cheaply to pay 2 extra to save on the... It seems so convoluted to me that I don't know if it's worth it. Is admin leech a thing? It should be. It's not. I think a thing to understand, Ben, is that like almost every corp deck in the modern meta is playing 2 copies of a virus. So it's really hard to rely on leech, either as a way to get cheap counters on archives or to be able to, and I'm going to run into this ice and use my leech counters. Like it's, in Shaper, at least you can like panic and like simulchip to save the issue. But yeah, just watch out. It's not always a thing. I think a bigger issue with admin is kind of the same game plan as Turbine plus fixed strength breakers, but more fiddly. I think that's actually the biggest, yes, that's a very big thing. It's like, why play admin when you can just get a buzzsaw down and then you can just get down a turbine and then you break all code gates for 2 credits at worst. VSA and stop guard problematic. Yeah, you can hush them a bit. One of them is a bit harder to hush than the other, but that's the idea. That's the ban list. I think this ban list is pretty cool. I'm all for it. I think Laamb is interesting. I think seeing less Hoshiko will probably be good for the game, as much as I like DreamNet because I like being run-based engines. And Keeling gone, I don't think anyone's actually upset about that, right? Stegadonk dunks on admin so hard. Oh my god, yeah, you're so right. Stegadonk dunks on admin really, really, really hard. Okay, so what I want to do here, this is not going to be the most exciting start for the stream in terms of gameplay, but I just want to go take the last deck list of the week, Chromatically's, what's it called? Anarch deck. And I'm just going to change the minimum we have to do to make it legal and see what the difference is. Now, the question is, how bad is this going to feel to take out the 2 DreamNets? We didn't mention this when it comes to DreamNet too. It's like Gachapon actually becomes, I would say, not amazingly worse, but a fair bit worse. Because in early DreamNet, for 1 credit, was actually one of the best hits off of Gachapon. I still think Gachapon now, you either play less of them, or you have to go out of your way to play more virtual resources, because you have 2 less targets in your deck, and that actually does fundamentally hurt things a fair bit. I don't know whether we're that much closer to playing the price instead of Gachapon, which can have a wider range of targets, and then maybe you can go out of your way to be like, okay, well, I can price in for a DJ Fenris, or I can price in for something else. This just slot 2 Taka Fueno to be Gachapon targets, but then I feel like we still have to have draw targets in here. So that's the big question, is like, what do we do to this deck to put draw back into it? The fastest thing you can do is drop DreamNet and, like, no joke, play what's it called? That one from System Gateway that's not very good, but also costs 3 credits, right? Like, you can, or just play Earthrise, and then maybe you want to play Career Fairs. Like, I think the final iterations of these lists are going to obviously not just take out DreamNet and add 2 cards back, but I think we're going to make a chance. Like, yeah, Verbal Plasticity, thank you. I think we can try that. I did this tweak earlier today. I swapped them out for 0. I don't think I want to play 0 in this list because this list has a fair bit of 1-ofs. I think 0 is not, it's more card cycling than card draw, but I don't think I'm excited to play 0 in a list unless I'm also running Strike Fund, and then maybe Moshing is a bit too much, but you could do it. You could do it. It's just kind of hard with a 3x banner list. Zenith Chip is 3 influence, and I don't think it's amazing in this list. It's not bad though. It's probably fine. I feel like Hoshiko has just used their flexibility and influence to make room for draw options. Yeah, and like understanding, are we going to just spend diesels in Hoshiko? I don't know. But like, it's very much worth noting that DreamNet is not only a draw card, it's also like a pretty reasonable economy card. So anyways, I think what we want to prove here is we just want to do as minimal changes in to see what the deck feels like. So this is definitely not correct, but I want to do it and we'll learn something. Gachapon out, price in, DreamNet out, Earthrise in. It sounds cool, right? Like to get an Earthrise for 1 credit off of the price. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try that. I'm into that. I think we'll have less money in the deck overall, which is a problem. Like Gachapon is, okay, this is the problem with Gachapon, is Gachapon actually is a pretty hard econ card because it allows you to clicklessly install, you spend a click for this, your fermenters and accelerate them. It accelerates your Paladin Puemos. So like losing the DreamNet and losing the Gachapon acceleration probably is a bit too serious of a change. So I think we'd have to consider it a bit more than that. That's at least very interesting that it comes down to that. Why is 0 plus Banhar and Nanbo? You might run out of cards. I don't know. I don't know if we actually physically run out of cards. I don't know if it's a huge downsides, but like now you have 2 things in your hand that are being destroyed, so it's harder to like plan your turns, and it's not the worst. Okay, we'll just try 2 verbals. And then if the Gachapons feel bad, the Gachapons feel bad. Just run big Hoshiko. The solution to having less card draws is to run more cards. I wouldn't entirely dismiss it, but I feel like put the 3rd laundry back in. Oh, yeah. 3rd laundry. But the thing is, like, without DreamNet, is the laundry worse? Oh, no, verbal. I agree with you. Oh, no, verbal. I do agree with you. We'll cut down to 1. Are we trying to fill a DreamNet-shaped hole? Eric, how's it going? Yes. And we're trying to do the minimum effort to make it work, but we're trying to be very clear that these changes are not elegant in multiple ways. Again, it's an economy card. Yo, Phil, hey. This is Phil. Normally I make my own lobby, but any excuse. All right, let's go. Why is Hoshiko clicking to draw? That's the problem. It's like we have a click to draw button in our deck. This hand seems fine. We're playing against Atea. Might be fast advance. Could like have fun. It also could just be like proper Glacier. With Ag Infusion being like, I don't know. That's the big thing. Is like I don't think people are exploring Atea mid-range Glacier because Ag Infusion seems like the easier way to do it. I don't think there's a point where self-damage actually hurts your deck. Construction prevents you from playing cards. You need to be effective. On 6 credit, do you want to die on Saisantan on turn 1? I kind of do. I'll die to Saisantan. At least we don't have events in hand. We're very unlikely to die to this. Yeah, we don't die to this. Ban this card. All right, we kept our Cleaver. Rashida. Server 1. TPR on the table. What the heck? All right. All right, there we go. These changes were meant to promote diversity cues, Hoshiko. I just want to see what it feels like. Like, if it's a big difference. I think you read that as the opposite of what I wrote. Hold on. I do think there's a point where self-damage actually hurts your deck construction and prevents you. Oh, very, very good. You have to draw if you run 3 zeros that run Big Shiko to make up for it. I think that might be true. That you have to play a lot of card draw. Okay, so we have to win off centrals at this point. That's a good draw. They can score out slightly. This version doesn't have Pinhole, but Awake would be fine here. I'm not a big raindrop central player, but I think we should do that. Let's just try and... Okay, so we'll just go... If they had an agenda, they had 2 agendas, they'd go into HQ. If we run HQ here, we can get a bit of a read. But otherwise, the top of R&D is fine. I'm going to go HQ because we know nothing. But I think if they had a second agenda, it'd probably go in server 2. Seamless. Okay, that made sense considering they put this on the table. We'll get this Gachapon down and see if we whiff. Just throwing stuff down for no reason. It was a line. He thought he would kill me when the Saisantan. Okay. So on their turn, did we whiff? No. We got a Fermentor or a Twinning. For what it's worth, we lost no companions so far. I think we have enough money in this hand that the Twinning is relatively scary, and they are a fast advanced deck, so I don't think we need... It's gone. So I think we're going to go for the Twinning for 1 credit. Shuffle 3 more cards back in. So the Awaken Plant, I don't think we need it because we have the Twinning. So we definitely want the Hippo because they don't have a lot of money or ice. I think 1 Fermentor, 1 Liberated is probably fine. The deck is running 2 Maviruses. I think we can go like this. Liberated counts actually might be a bit slow. Okay, Cleaver. If you ban our Saisantan, this ability still work? It does. Because it cares about what the subroutines do, and the subroutines are still doing that damage. So this is where like you love DreamNot. I'm going to keep this in hand so we can face check, but with 4 credits, what can you res? I think we run HQ here. I don't think he runs res as much for 4 credits. If it's a Tattoo Bolo, we bounce off of anyways. If we lose our 2 Cleavers, we lose our 2 Cleavers. Yeah, there you go. We just bounce off this. Happy he res that. R&D just to make sure that we keep Hoshikoing. Damn, we're good. I think here we don't really need to do much. We can install a Banhart just to scare him. If he reses a Karuna, we take 2. Yeah, and we maybe end the run. I don't know if the fast advance version runs Karuna. The subs still belong to Saisantan. They do. Whenever you trash a card of the type with net damage from a subroutine on this ice. It is a subroutine on the ice. I love the text on Karuna so much. I think that one of my... The cards that I'm the most happy that I did design my own set is a Wayland card, an ice called like Bygone or something like that. That basically when you encounter it, it does like the runner loses 2 credits, or sorry, the corp gains 2 credits. The runner may end the run. Sorry. So it's basically a sandwich of 2 bad subroutines, but the runner may choose to end the run in the middle of it, which I think is really fun. It's the same way that Karuna is, but we haven't seen that on Wayland. Like, they lose 2 credits, and then you're like, shit, I could end the run here. So the face check feels okay, or the corp gains 2 credits. But if you want to go through it, you give 2 credits. I think that's really fun. All right, so we could actually go through the Tattoo Bolo. That would give him 8 credits. That's a bad spot to be. I don't think we will. I think we'll threaten him, though. People play Karuna outside of Gateway only metas? Yeah. It's not amazing. It lines up really poorly into Carmen. I think we will steal skin here. I think we just need to get deeper through our deck. Okay, there's the Carmen. So we just want to run once here and just to keep our card draw going. Again, DreamNot, we would have been 3 cards deeper. I think we can afford to trash that. I don't know what server 2 is. It might actually be a Spin Doctor. If we trash this, though, that we can't do Sure Gamble. I was hoping to do Sure Gamble here into Daily Cast. If we trash this, we go down to 1, 2, 3, 0. If they draw that, they can get a double install. That's pretty bad for us. Ian, how's it going? Yeah, we'll let that one ride. If we had 1 more credit, we would have trashed that. I put the Duke Nukem Damn I'm Good on the soundboard of every Discord server that makes the mistake of giving me that much power. All out of bubble gum. All right, so they're on bacterial programming often. Actually, maybe the seamless version isn't. But that means we could win in a single. That's a Spin Doctor. This is why we didn't want to leave it there. Have you flipped back to Sad Hoshiko? No. No, we haven't. At least the 8 there install trigger. So here we can do like run R&D, run spin, run R&D. If they do or don't shuffle. Yeah, looks like that's our plan here. We can also run archives. That might be better. Hey, Verbal's here. Are you ready to spend 3 credits to start clicking to draw? I'm not. This is a terrible inclusion. Sorry. Sorry. I want to do this first so that he shuffles and goes back because we don't have much to do on this board state. So here he should shuffle because he might understand we want to go archives, R&D, archives. Okay, well, that's our whole turn now. I think shuffling was correct. Yeah, I was gonna run archives for the shuffle. Apparently, that was the worst line for me. Okay. Yeah, DreamNot, you don't need it. You don't need DreamNot. That's fine. I feel like the banning of DreamNet will likely end up with something awful, a lot like You Dare Me to Still Win Tournaments with Hoshiko. I think Hoshiko's still very playable. I just, you have to change the deck. But I think like you don't have the raw value of a single card, which is great. Yo, real talk. I feel the same way. And then he wins Worlds or whatever. Not playing Seam. Every time I play a Sokka deck, it's not my style. And then Sokka, like, you know, wins Worlds, wins the Continentals. But like, I don't get it. It's really cool that there's decks that I do, like, you know, not playing Seamless into a Hermes meta to me is so buck wild. Wage Workers doesn't stand. I don't know, but obviously he's winning. Yeah. Thanks for the game, eh? We drew Verbal and thinking with the game coincidence and won the game coincidence. I think not. Yeah, installing Verbal there felt terrible. Installing Earthrise there also felt terrible. We did not have an economic start. We like lost our fermenters, but we'll try another one. But Verbal probably ain't it. Probably ain't it. Maybe we can play 1-0 and then, yeah, 0 is like the closest to DreamNet, right? I'm expecting to see 12 out of 16 top threat of Hoshiko. You think it's going to be worse than it was? Oh, Thule Enjoyer. We've been playing against Thule Enjoyer very consistently. This has to be a Smurf, though. We have to learn every time that we lose to Thule Enjoyer, we throw really, really hard. Cool thing, though, if we have Noom and we have Hippo, which means their 4 Macaries won't get us. We shouldn't keep this hand. We will. It's a little silly to have a card that was Paragon but better, but literally only one runner could play it. Yeah. Better than Penny Shaver, arguably. Better than Paragon. Thanks, you too. It made more sense back in the day when there was, you know, more digitals and more links. It's 2 less Hoshiko than would otherwise had been there. Bless. All right, so we know generally they have the big ol' 5-3, but they also had... I'll check this. Trank Grid? Yeah. This is the matchup where DreamNet's sick. That's a good econ start. Not only do you install it for 1 credit off Gachapon, like DreamNet's wild. Okay. We can afford the Tranquility Trash, and Thule is like not synonymous with having a lot of money. I know the deck is on Regolith, and we have to watch out for that. We'll start here. Okay. I think they probably want to shuffle these in. But I want to check this before we check server 3. Unless server 3 is another spin doctor. Joke's on me, I guess. But they're on Regulus, probably. We have a click here if it is a trap. I think it's a bladderwort. Oh, right. I don't know if we care about bladderwort. They've never hit us with the net damage here. But I think we can afford to bring it down. It's rough to have the spin doctor return that. Turns out the Thule Enjoyer was also CTZ the whole time. Does CTZ like Thule? I don't know. It's a strange time zone. Okay, this turn will probably flip out of Hoshiko. Maybe that's the coolest thing about DreamNet not existing, is that there is more relevance to flipping within and outside of Hoshiko. Because currently we actually can't afford. I think we'll do draw, sure gamble, fermenter. Yeah, that's a legal play. Yeah, that's maybe my favorite thing right now of no DreamNet is that you don't have the biggest incentive to always stay on the Hoshiko side. And that actually is really cool. Does Thule Enjoyer speak? Oh, they write in chat, yeah. They say good luck, have fun. They're pleasant. Like they're not JNet weird. But I refuse to believe this is not a Smurf. I gotta quickly throw together a new flavor of Hyper Glacier for the next game. Yeah, Ben, that's what we play into Laamb is good against that sort of deck. Okay. So here we have a bigger incentive to run. The question is, do we want Noom? And I think we actually do want Noom, because Noom deals relatively well with Formicary, which is likely what the deck is about. So I think we actually can just do like Noom run server 4 and see how things go. Well, we expect bronze, we expect Managarms. But Noom means for 2 credits we get through, they need an absurd, yeah, it's Managarm. They need an absurd amount of money here to, they need a lot of Stegodons to be annoying. How do they have 15 credits? They played every highest fund. Okay, so we can't really deal with that. We could deal with that. I think we do deal with that. Because it's way worse once a Managarm comes online. It's really rough as spin doctors here. We have enough giving us clickless. Oh, they are Formicarying. Okay, so the joke's on us. At least we got the Formicary over here. That's all we wanted to do. They clearly have a Formicary. But yeah, we have a lot of money. Is JNet weird equals JNet chat enjoyer? No, that's worse. We're very lucky we don't have a lot of times on stream the sort of folks who are in JNet lobby, which is very weird. God, JNet lobby is so bad. Every time before the stream starts, I have to read it to be like, can I show this on stream or not? Okay, so Wage Workers is likely there. We also have to watch out, obviously, because we don't want to let them score Stegodon. They will eventually flood up. There's no way around that. I think we're going to hit one Fermenter. Or we're going to just charge everything. Eventually, we should get a Unity down. Eventually, we should poke HQ. There's an MIC, so a Unity here would have been sick. This is such a good face check. No one's playing it. Like, boop. Whole turn gone. Yashad, how's it going? Makes sense that we haven't seen in one on stream. This game's unlosable? I don't think so, Scrub. We've lost way more against Thule Enjoyer than we've won. How's it going, by the way? JNet Lobby being the landing point for new players, the cringiest part of the online experience. It needs to be hidden. We need to bury it. They did crack their Spin Doctor to shuffle back in a Spin and a Managarm. So this is likely a Managarm. The MIC Managarm interaction is really cool. All right. Oh, wait, nice. Okay. So we don't have to run that. We have to run this. And we know one of these, actually it could be any of these 3 because Formicary works on its own server. But here running HQ is really, really reasonable considering they've gone through 33 credits. Or sorry, they've gone through, they shuffled 2 back, but they weren't agendas. So they have a lot of cards in hand. 7 credits, we want to force some ice reses here. You really remove the chat tab? Yeah, for like the 3% of people that apologize because their game's disconnected and they're actually using the chat in a way that makes sense. Going to get Hoggened? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we could get Hoggened. Drafter for 4 is pretty mean. So no better with Carmen then. But yeah, we get Hoggened, we lose this Fermenter. That's really bad. At least they go down to 0. We have another drafter. We'll be fine. Ice, baby. Ah, it's a Jaguar. Ah, we break this also for 2 credits. Pretty good. This is actually, Noom is better into this ice suite by a mile. So we don't have to break all the submarines. We only have to break the tag one. This is threat 4. I have barely seen this card. I think this card's actually really fun. We'll get an agenda here for sure. Yeah, huge. The more of those we take, the more damage we can, core damage we can decide to take. Here, if they purge, we're happy because centrals are open. I think getting down to second fermenter here is a bit greedy, but I think we're going to pop this fermenter next turn, so we're totally fine. We probably should have got the hippo down at some point sooner, because paying 4 for the drafter is a lot. Hey, good game. Hey, Phil. Have you been testing that? That's just like Sokka's card for card. Okay, so they have another agenda in hand again. So divide by 5, right? And it's in fact about divide by, yeah, I would say 5, because they're on 1-pointers, but they're on 3-pointers as well. Okay, liberate is what we're going to do. So we're going to just get some money off of this. We're going to get a hippo. We're going to make 1 run on R&D, and then we're going to install liberated if we have a click and 2 credits, not to spend off of core damage. Okay, drafter. We know there's a forma carry coming up. We'll install that. Okay, we're doing okay. It's been about 5 years since I played. Is Threat a new mechanic? Yes, Ian, it just came out in the set, so it's only like a month old. It's a pretty natural inclusion of a mechanic, but basically the text is not online, as you can read the explainer text in the brackets after, but basically the threat is not online until at least one player has that many or more points in their score area. So it shows up on cards that are powerful, but won't be relevant on turn 1. Okay, Gachapon, nice. I think we'll take... If we run now, we can do click and pay 5. So I think we'll run server 4. If there is forma carry and a mana garm, they go down to 1 credit, so we're feeling fine. Kind of like gating early game strong cards. Exactly. So like hard hitting news doesn't exist because of the rotation, and we have something like it that is attached to a threat. Okay, so the most likely that this it can be, I'm going to hippo forma carry. I don't think we need to until they score out. Do we hippo this? I think we do. Ah, no, with a spin dog, it's pretty bad. Nice name at Ian. Ian, how's it going? So it's a salvo testing. That was ambitious. Maybe they're going to do triple advances to seamless. I just don't know why we wouldn't run there. We're taking over. Threat is the new. Threat X means if either player has X points. Yeah. I thought I'd give it a shot to learn Atea, and some pro streamer dude comes along and steamrolls me. Yo, but I didn't have DreamNot, man. It was totally fair. I think it's a shame that we haven't played enough Fast Advance Atea on the channel, because I think that deck is actually really cool. Running HQ here would be fine, but I think Thule enjoy probably threw out some agendas here, so we're going to contest the spin dock. This is the second. Yeah. And now we want to run R&D after the shuffle. On 3 credits, they can't res much. With 3 credits, I don't think we need to put the hippo down, so we're just going to run R&D, and we're just going to take 8 credits off liberated. There's one more forma carry somewhere on the table. Oh, feels bad. That's okay. We didn't need it. Let's go back. Yeah, there you go. Good game. All right. Just, you know how much free card draw we got? And by free, I mean we paid for it. They just don't, it's hard. Thule doesn't have money, right? Like if they don't get the, if they don't get the, what's it called? The Stegodon rolling. Yeah, I could tell. The game before and after the first Stegodon. So how much do you think we drew off of Hoshiko? To draw 1 card. So, okay. 1. Oh, that's not going to work. Hold on. Let me just check because they're saying something in chat. Yeah. Thanks for the game, though. Thanks for the game. Yeah, no, Thule Enjoyer is like super friendly. Okay. Well, we need to search the term protagonist to draw 1 card. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. We got 6 cards for 6 credits. That's fine. That's not bad. Drawing 6 cards, mind you, clicklessly, on a 9-turn game seems kind of goofy. Hoshiko's probably still fine. Probably still fine. It's just not obviously the best thing anymore. I swear Salvo has a hidden effect that moves it to the top of R&D whenever the run is on 4+ points. The issue is like Salvo gets stolen. Okay, Salvo testing is a brick of a 3-pointer. But the biggest problem with salvo testing is that you don't have a good window to score it. So it gets stolen off of central servers, specifically HQ, more than any other agenda. So not only is it a 5-3 and that's 3 points, but because the Thule deck struggles to find a window to get onto the table, it feels even worse. Hey, actually, you're replacing DreamNots with something else? Earthrise? Actually, how's it going? We replaced the 2 Dream Earthrise with one, I keep forgetting the name of the card. The one from System Gateway, that's not great. We've not installed it once, and it's been fine. Hey, Tallbill, how's it going? Good evening. For those who missed the beginning of the stream, what do you think could be a replacement for DreamNet? Does it even have something to do with draw or just more other good stuff? I don't know. So we talked about when we like updated this list, this is Chromatically's list from CanNets, is that there's some really interesting considerations when looking at this list. Yeah, oh no, it's correct, Xu. There's some really interesting considerations when looking at this list because DreamNet obviously is very good. It's a card draw card and an economy card. So a couple things. Firstly, Gachapon gets a fair bit worse with 2 less targets. So understanding that we can play either more virtuals in its slot, we have other companions we can play, or we can play more programs, that's a bit of a harder sell, or we can cut the Gachapon and play Strike, the Price. I think that's actually very interesting. I think the Price is not seeing a lot of play because Gachapon does a lot of what it does, but a bit more consistent and a bit more interesting the way it works too with start of turn triggers. But I think that's an interesting thing to consider is how much worse Gachapon is now in these Hoshiko lists. Probably still fine. Then what do we do for card draw? We added the Dirty Laundry back, and then that was all we did. We added 1 Verbal Plasticity. I'd argue that Verbal Plasticity is not it at all. I think you could consider playing Earthrise Hotels. I think if you do play Earthrise Hotels, you're actually spending a lot of money. Like on the turn it comes down, you're spending 5 credits to draw 3 cards. Like that's not amazing up front. So I'd imagine we might need to move around some influence and start playing career fairs. That being said, Earthrise Hotel is actually really good off of the price where you install it for 1 credit. So take that as it is. I just don't think it's the easiest thing where you can just take a deck and change 2-3 cards. I think you actually have to build, I wouldn't say an incredibly different Hoshiko list, but there's just enough. That's like why Hoshiko's so good is so many of the cards have a bit of synergy within themselves so that it's hard to take a 1 card and replace it 1-to-1. So it'll be like, oh, it turns out we can play the Strike, which means we can play Earthrise, which means we actually are considering playing a Strike Fund. And sorry, the Price is the thing we're playing. And then the deck actually morphs a bit, which is kind of cool. I think Bridgman's already on the Price instead of Gachapon. Yeah, I saw that at Continental. Xavier, how's it going? Yeah, he was playing on the Price. And I think he also was playing, and I've seen, I think Izzy at CanNets was also playing Strike Fund as well. Sako is on 1x Earthrise in his EMEA list for some reason. Didn't explain. Oh, neat. What do you think about Wildcat Strike or Biobands? I think I would be much sooner. I would play Strike Fund over Wildcat Strike just because there's a bit more synergies and giving your opponent a choice. I think Biobands is a really good card. I think it's a card that also can find its way into the slots. I don't know if you're exactly encouraged to run Fencer Fueno into that list because it works well together, but I think it's a very, very cool card. And mind you, the influence in this list, right? Like you could play fewer Awakened Plants, you can play Pinholes, you can play Biobands. That is an influence choice, which is really interesting. I think the card that I like the least in this list is Unity. Unity hasn't felt good in any game we've played this so far. I'm on Price and Gacha. They're both great. That's really cool. I don't think I've seen a lot of that. The Price plus Patrick plus the Earthrise seems neat, but then it's not doing the Hermes thing. And that comes back to like the deck list of the week. Like, can you just swap all of the what's it called? The DreamNets in this for 3 Earthrise and then install the Earthrises really cheap with Patrick? I think that's actually a legitimate way to take this deck that has now been banned out and actually make it functional. You have to remember that Earthrise is unique, but like installing an Earthrise for 2 credits with Patrick is very, very reasonable. So, yeah. His words per minute have to be top tier. Spear, how's it going? Please kindly let me know if I need to slow down because I do talk way too quickly and I still watch the stream if I'm reviewing it at 2x speed. So a bit poisoned up here, but yeah, just watch out. Remind me if I'm going too fast. Takobi. People love Takobi. It's cool. It's it's a bit more of influence. It's 1 more credit than what's it called? Than Fermenter. That's not a bad spot to be in. The deeper you get into your deck, the more free stuff you get. Plus buffer drive. Oh, no, Ben. Price, yes. Strike, yeah. Steel skin, yeah. Buffer drive. You do not get to the bottom of your deck before a game is over, I'm imagining. And if you do, even then I would just play 3 labor rights over than buffer drive. I don't know. Classically, we're not fans of buffer drive on this channel, but you know what it is. So we're going to see a lot of Hoshiko. I still think you're going to see Hoshiko, but I do think there's a bigger reason than ever to play like, I think Laamb, Freedom's really good. Okay, hold on. Things that we wanted to do here. Firstly, I want to start here because I promised I'd do this, and this list is super cool. You will see it on the channel. Again, we have our first videos coming up tomorrow morning of Can Nats. I recorded 5 of them with commentary with Pat. I'll be doing commentary with some other nice folks over the near future, and those will be coming out. I'm trying to do 2 a week. So I think we'll do Sunday morning. This is the hard part, is now that we're streaming twice a week, there's content on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays is generally when I release videos. And so I think I'd do Tuesday, release the video on Wednesday, but then it gets buried by Thursday. And then I release another video Saturday morning or Sunday. Saturday morning's not a good time to release the video. Like, we're suffering from too much content. I think Jai published Jai's update to this. I'm going to find it on Null Signal Games website. Nat's time to shine? Great movie. Import Harmony AR Therapy, all the recursion. It's another one. Both me and my brother are lightning talkers, so it's normal for me. Like the words hit, then the mind interprets after the whole sentence is spoken. I'm talking in the future. Don't worry, it'll all make sense in time. I know Jai made some change. You are your own worst enemy? You tell me about it. Okay. So this is Jai's version. We'll start here. This is Kyle's version. I'm a huge fan of this deck. It is way weirder than you think it is. Buffer drive is so expensive that whenever I try to use it in a deck, it never gets installed. It's really funny because I didn't realize it until Andre said it out loud. The buffer drive is expensive or not great, or that I speak fast. Okay, so this deck is so cool. It's an NBN Reality Plus deck. I've talked about how NBN right now, all the IDs are largely interchangeable if you're playing assets, and that's an issue. Understanding whether you want to play Near Earth Hub or Reality Plus, heaven forbid, unfortunately, Analytica, Epiphany Analytica hasn't really popped off right now. Reality Plus to me feels like one of the most obvious solutions right now, and that's because this ability fires so consistently, and it largely hinges around AR enhanced security. If you score out an early AR enhanced security, that means that this ability is going to be firing a heck of a lot, which through some of the games of Kyle's I've edited through, he gets a free 10 credits from this ability. And you can choose to draw cards. You almost never do, but free 10 credits. That's good on ability. And so far right now, all the best NBN abilities are just the ones that give you free 8 to 10 credits with no input from, like, they just do that. It's like really rough. And that's why I love some of the other designs from NSG a bit better, where the decks are making more interesting decisions as opposed to ones that just get like Asmari credits for no reason. That being said, other big thing about this deck is that we can play Oppo Research for free in the early game, which is a really huge tempo swing, and then for 5 credits in the late game, which is a problem. And this deck just puts out some really powerful assets, so the runner has to deal with the right ones. So firstly, we have Managarm Skunkworks. It's just kind of annoying when everything gives you tags, and the ice on the remote server is going to be a fun house. That's really fun. Then if they trash it, good stuff happens to you. Unironically, B1001 at Canadian Nationals Finals, top table. I didn't believe in this guy. He's out there hunting. And it's just another really annoying thing that you have to deal with, which turns on the tag, which means the ice is hard to deal with. Very, very difficult. Single Bladed Barrier 2. Very powerful card with 17 assets, let alone some of the most important assets like defensive upgrades, but more importantly, getting a B back on the table. Yikes, it's so hard to deal with. You have Lady Liberty as a way to score out that AR enhanced security, threaten into the Beal, threaten into Bologna, that probably doesn't happen. And then Sansan City Grid, another card they have to trash. Economy in the deck is actually really low, which is why we value the Reality Plus ability. And that's a big difference between, you know, Analytica as well, where the economy also is a bit low. So we're not running any economy of operations, maybe market forces as our tag punishment and 1 shipment from Vladislavsky. So it's all about Nico. Not a card you often see. You often see Maryland's, but the idea is that when Nico is 2 credits and a tag, and that gives us 2 credits, we can be a bit more aggressive, it seems, on the installs, which is really great. Wasn't Pigeon Fighter also in B1001? John, I think it might be, but I'm not too familiar with the Pigeon Fighter lists. No, Pigeon Fighter was the one that was a bit more tempo-based. It was about a server. I think some of the asset ones were, but I might be wrong. Let's check real quick, actually. But like, I wasn't really hot on some of the early Reality Plus like Bladderwort kill decks. Oh, this is from a year ago. Hold on, that's not it. 2023, I guess. Wait, what? Sort by date? Let me catch up on chat. Hyped for edited tournament videos. Some of my old ones of Teamwork Cast were the gateway into watching Netrunner. Me too. And for a lot of people, they were. I'm bummed out the quality of the camera. It's a bit noisy. Our first game, unfortunately, is like... It's a dark playmat. It's really noisy. You can watch it, but like, oh man, we used to have so much better cameras here. Using a camera that's like 10 years old, it does not look great. Ignore that time I took 2 credits on trash without an Ares scored. I haven't got to that edit yet. Yeah. Ignores the regoliths? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Brawler, Sparrow Brawler. Thank you. That sounds better. Pigeon Fighters from, yeah, UK Nets. So this is... We'll just do this. The list is looking slightly further away from startup, but still not a million miles away. Leon, standard right now is so close to startup. I'll show you something really quickly. I've been saying this every time on stream. You go to packs, sorry, you go to actions, you go to sort by set. So if you wanted to build this deck and you, okay, this one's actually slightly worse than a lot of other decks, but if you owned all NSG cards, that's all of this. So if you want a proxy cards for this one runs a bunch of one-ofs that are a bit stranger, but it's only 5 cards that you really have to know that are not part of startup plus ashes. That's a really common trend across a standard right now, is that it's so much more approachable. Yeah, this one wasn't on B1000. This was the sort of economic warfare. This is like the Laura Asmari decks. So sorry, it took a while to show that. Okay, so this is really neat. Drafter as an ice is also really cool. We're not seeing any of the, what's it called? The Starlit Knights are here. I haven't seen them actually be relevant in gameplay I've seen so far, but that's great. 3 Funhouse is super important with B1001. Of course, you have the pings. This seems really good. And the hard thing with Reality Plus is, barring the Funhouse, almost all the ice is tempo positive for the corporation, right? Like, you face check the remote server in the early game, they res a ping for 0. You have to clear a tag. Gross. They res a virtual service assistant, you lose a click, 2 credits, and a credit. Like, it's disgusting. It's really hard to tempo them down. So the regolith, yeah, that is very important in sticks. Rashida, of course, very important in sticks. And then just enough of these. I think we're seeing federal fundraising just to be a busted powerful card. 3 of in the list, I think, is eventually what Kyle wanted. Yeah. So this is the version that Jai tuned for Intercontinentals. I don't think it appeared on stream, but there's some small changes here. We're on 1 Daily Business Show. I think Daily Business Show is a really nice card because you can use Reality Plus to draw on their turn and actually look at 3, bottom 1. Not that important with federal fundraising, but it's a nice card for sure. We also are on 3 federal fundraising. We're on Maryland's and Nico's, so there's more money up front, but we're not on the regoliths. So these have to stick a bit better, which is interesting. I think the ice is largely the same. We're losing some of the upper end. I think we don't have here the giant Hydra, which is the only taxing ice the deck has. Mind you, if the runner runs into this and doesn't break it, you end up resing this for 3 credits. You res this for 3 credits if you can afford to res it in the early to mid game, because they take a tag, that's 2 credits. This fires, that's 7 credits now, and then they end the run. It's disgusting. No Hedge Fund? Yeah, how's it going? I don't know how to say that name exactly, but No Hedge Fund is actually somewhat not uncommon right now in a lot of the competitive standard decks. In acid decks, it's usually the most where you'd expect to see that, because we get so much more value not spending a click for 4 credits, but putting a card on the table that's more money, and the runner has to deal with it, has to spend a click to check it, stuff like that. So No Hedge Fund is not actually entirely uncommon. Starlight really just forces the runner to clear tags or be locked out of a server, but that's often enough. Yeah, no, it's often fine. Funhouse DBS to protect R&D is so gross. Oh, that is really cool, because they take the tag, so you draw 2, you put 1. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Starlight dies to imping all the agendas you see but 1, for what it's worth. Yeah, but you can still oppo someone if they imp an agenda, because they trashed a card, right? This one has a single virus, Managarm Sansan. This one also has a bit more economy. It has 2 Your Digital Life. So we're going to see if we want this sort of like burst economy. And Your Digital Life is a really nice inclusion in Reality Plus, because then you can choose to draw cards and then immediately convert those cards into credits as well. So kind of like it. I kind of really, really like Your Digital Life way more than I thought I would. I'm kind of fun card. Little text, very fun. I have seen this deck be really, really gross. What do you call it? Just Minder's Funhouse. Oh yeah, shout out to that Sanjay art. But you can just float the tag. Starlight's your punishment. Yeah, but then they have Market Forces, and they have the other one, Shipment from Vlad. But yeah, you can. It's one of the decks that floating tags is a bit more possible. It's not like you're going to die. But I think against a lot of the NBN decks, if you float tags, you don't die. They try and score out. Or market forces you into the ground, which is unfortunately pretty frustrating. I think market forces is a sore spot for me. Because it's a tag punishment that like ends the game, but very, very, very slowly. Blown is good, turns out. Now, losing DreamNot, I think, is big enough for this deck. There's no good way to clear tags. Maybe people playing less DreamNot, people playing less Hannah. Mind you, Hannah is very powerful into this deck. Hush is really powerful into the deck. I should say these things before or after I queue up. That's really good. Heaven forbid an Astro Air Blades. Like, that's obviously really good to the deck. So the deck actually has some like really, really strong counters. And like just good Arasana play, I think, is quite powerful into this. All right, Freedom's going to be interesting for sure. Hey, best of luck. Have fun. Unrotate boom so tags game ends faster. Grinding out the game after your market force into the ground retribution something is so Z. I think the problem is the market forces is like it's largely antithetical to how no signal games wants tags to exist. Oh, cheers. Cheers. Glad to meet you on JNet. All right, so our opening hand, we have a Nico. We can do Drafter on Central. If they trash a B1001, I think we're okay with that at this point in the game. I've never played this deck so far, and I think it is a strange deck. I think we need to protect the Nico campaign for sure. So we can hope that we draw an ice with this hand. Otherwise, double Sand. We probably could just mulligan this and try and get a ping and get an Ares behind it. We will mulligan this. I might have messed up there. Oh, never mind. We're good. Shivering from Vlad isn't boom, but score of 5-3 as your tag punishment does accelerate the game. Exactly. It will close the game out sooner than later. And I value that a lot. So we'll want to get one of those scored. Something like that, I think. If you're not familiar with Freedom, you can spend virus counters or trash cards. We have a lot of cards you want to trash. It does not interact with agendas. Mind you, the NSG text, I think, is slightly different than this. Oh, nice. I think the price is a really good target here in Freedom because the console is expensive. You're playing a lot of weird stuff. So they lost a Solidarity badge, a Pinhole, a Labor Rates, and Simulchip. So probably the badge. Badge is actually quite good, but they have to float a tag. That's a good early start. They actually are credit short trashing this. So that's going to deny them consume value and Solidarity badge value. I'm so stoked that NSG has a 6 Solidarity badge art. I think they could have considered clicking for 1 here. Maybe there's some like playing around checklist, but now this thing's gonna be harder to trash. We name Acid here. It's a market forces. That's fine. So we do this, we go down to 1 credit, but if they trash anything, we get our money back. So AR security has turned online. I saw the Night Adventures in Cyberspace meme on the Sparrow Brawler, and it made me happy to see a remake of my original Worms Adventure in Cyberspace after all the time. It's been a minute since back then. Hey, Trayclon. Not sure I'm familiar with that meme. Ares is disgusting? Yeah. So much of NBN is held up by this card right now. And there has to be some respect to Oppo. Not that we can exactly afford Oppo. All right. Nice. Moshing. Ooh, Moshing Steel Skin and a Strike Fund. Yusuf's down. We don't know the top of the deck. We're still going to say Asset. Spin Doctor. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. I think we want to go for the second AR Enhanced Security. And this is where we can just put the Regolith on the table. And if they trash it, we feel happy about it. They will start checking. The problem is if we res the ping, they can get through the ping pretty easily. I think if they steal an AR, we're not too unhappy about it. So we'll start here. Okay. I think we need Ice Up HQ a bit. This gives them a diversion. We're nowhere near resing this, but this would be good if we can. Sorry for scoring them on you yesterday. It's okay, Joe. All right, Spin Doctor. They can trash us for no viruses and they get a tag. We're totally fine with that. They can always just bounce off of this. But this gives us 2 credits or 2 card draw and a tag. Now, bouncing off this gives them a Yusuf. Again, I wonder if we're going to see Laamb in this list. I think it's a really cool combination. This deck got a fair bit better not having to play Ngolo and having a bit more of a synergistic toolkit. That being said, how do they deal with code gates? I don't know. We're going to gain 2 here. We just want to kind of get to 10 as soon as possible because, again, we res this for 3 on this board state. But they're trashing everything. This is what you want to do against AR Enhanced Security. It's once per turn, so do 2 trashes. Here, if we top deck an Oppo, they're in an ugly spot, and they can probably float a tag. Like, this is the cool thing about this card, is that you can float a tag as long as you don't have resources, because there's no very impactful single tag punishment. They can steal Bologna here. You want to access with 5 credits. Now they get Oppo'd into Oblivion, unfortunately. Okay, so we could consider purging, not particularly good. We don't have an oppo. If we score out another AR enhanced security, I think that's actually probably worth it. Because that actually does overwhelm their solidarity badge. They can remove a tag for free? Yeah, no, for sure. That's how they're going to use it. They're going to use this for removing tags. Because a card draw is not as good as saving 2 credits on a click as opposed to just a click. So solidarity badge is really good. Now this will keep them off resources. Again, now it's 2 tags, so it actually is a bit more annoying. But here we have to stick a regolith and just start hitting it. Also, like getting for a bigger Beal might be reasonable because on 2 agenda points, our score pattern's a bit ugly. So like, I don't know if we're gonna get a 5 advanced or a 7 advanced Beal. But here, if we score this, we go to 4. It doesn't really help. We need the virus to show up sooner than later. It was a small comic I made to explain how Worm works and why the idea was not to use it to break ice, which since people kept saying that was an awful icebreaker. I have fond memories of Worm from... Nice! Price hitting a Strike Fund again. Strike Fund, Fermenter, Daily Cast Leech. Really cool choices. Fermenter here means we'll probably purge, so they're going to go for the casts. Put Solidarity Badge and Padma to build your own Hoshiko. I think if that's the case, you just play Earthrise, right? But... Alright, we can leave R&D open for one more turn. I don't like this play because this is your whole turn for 4 credits, and you show what this is, but like, I don't think they trash this. And even if they do, there's 3 tags in it for them. Nice, Buzzsaw. Okay, so if we res the ping, they have to go for a buyer's counter. They take 3 tags in this interaction. We will do it. ARs doesn't even specifically installed. Yeah, no, it hits everything. It hits Stargate, very importantly. It hits Ice Destruction, but not just cards and remote servers. So this is 3 tags, which means that daily cast is going to be challenged. There's no way to keep that daily cast here. And we will trash it. So here it's like, do they clear the tags or do they clear the consume? Unfortunately, we want to purge and trash this. Sorry, we have to pick these in any order. Yep. Down to 0. So we have to take down the daily cast. They still have a click for 6 button. We are flooding up a bit more than we'd want to. Cam market forces them, mind you. That's always a fun line. I think we just put this in here and click. Again, they might be scared to face check, but this is a really bad draw. Like, we haven't gone horizontal. We've drawn, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 agendas in this many turns. The deck only has like 9. Yeah, it has 10. So there's only 4 agendas in R&D. And mind you, Bologna being a problem is a problem. Are there cards to de-res assets or upgrades? Yeah, Divert Power. It's a card that like almost shows up in a lot of lists. If we res this, we get onto 3, and I don't think they trash it. So I don't think we have to res this. If they trash this, I think we're totally fine with it. So I don't think we have an incentive to res this here. Because we spend 2 credits and they walk away. I think they're going to walk away anyways. I don't think they can afford to break this. Yeah, Eric. Hey, cheers. We didn't shout out Eric. Did some live gameplay stuff this weekend. It's pretty great. Cool, we saved 2 credits. And now the idea is that it's hard for them to deal with ping and then Starlit Knight into something. So we need to put another ice in front of here. Nice. They should contest HQ. We're like pretty far away from getting this rezzed. And I don't really want to score out here. I think we can just put this on R&D and click for 2. We need to hit 10. We really need to hit 10 here. And this is again why like Mana Garb is kind of really cool with AR enhanced security. Yo, they've been hitting strike funds off the prices so good. That Knob Curie came down for 1 credit. Consuming against AR is so bad. Yeah, it's pretty rough. This is a good run though. We haven't filtered our hand. We could res just about anything here. Unfortunately, it's just the Hydra. So we hope they don't hit a Beal because so we can lose the game really quickly. That's good for us. Sabotage might become more popular. It does not trigger Ares. Yeah, the Corp does the trashing. Same with Maw. It's actually a really big difference. I imagine with the Hoshiko being less like the obvious solution, we can lose right here so easily. We could have considered drawing 2, but that shows that we have something in HQ. Nice. So we're 1 credit away from getting the Hydra up and rezzing this again for 3. But we're one very important credit short. Maybe if we don't res here, they know that that was the only agenda. So that's at least good for us. Okay. So we can oppo here off the top. That's good. That's a topo oppo. If we do that, though, it drops us to very low credits. So I don't think we oppo here. I think we just click up to Hydra. Because if we oppo, we can spend 2 or 4, and then we lose off of an HQ run. So I think we just click 3. Yeah, that's fine. I've been running Maw and Sable, and it's been a lot of fun. That's really cool. It's really cool. The Sable console slot, it's like really hard, right? Like, you're running, but then you still want to play Hermes, but then there's other cool run consoles. I think from the runner side, there used to be one Councilman. Oh, there's nothing like that anymore. Councilman was the D-Res card that runners had. I love that card, but it's pretty bad for the game, I think. For Sabo Maw to actually have a big enough bonus delta against Ares, I feel like it needs to be plus 35% of the meta. Well, I think S is probably just fine. We're on game point now, which is really, really frightening. So we just need to make sure we always have 10 credits. So we could do draw. Again, no burst economy here. This is where you'd love to have like a Your Digital Life server one. We just didn't go horizontal enough. We still have to keep 10. And we can lose to a single off of R&D. We just did not draw great. But still, they have a lot of hard things to deal with. And on game point, they might consider just camping the remote server. We're pushing this here so we can get a free purge, and they probably have to trash it, which is going to be really expensive for them. But we're turning off their engine, right? Like now it's really hard to play Freedom into a double AR, as much as Freedom is optional. There used to be an ability in the game called Edward Kim, who forced you to trash the first operation you accessed. And at that point in time, AR Enhanced Security showed up, and he was a bit of a liability. You'd actually sometimes run archives to access an operation to turn off your first time a turn clause. Okay, now they're not going to do anything, so we need to put a Nico or something on the table that they actually want to trash. But we're in a really bad spot. Advance Beal to 9 to get 5 points. Do you think they can deal with the Starlit Knight? Because this doesn't end the run. This is the problem, is like they can contest the remote server. I'm going to do this. This is a risky line, but I think we're in a bad spot. Because I think they can run their remote server pretty easily. Oh, especially with a Mimic now. Yeah, now we're in a really bad spot. Now we lose when they run server 1. Oh, this is okay for us. We're not going to res here. There's not a lot of agendas in the deck. We have to remember we can always Mavirus them if they go too hard. They trash something. Oh no, they Knob Kareed the Consume, excuse me. Starlit Knight does ETR only if they have tags when they encounter it, not after the subroutines fire. So it doesn't actually. All right. This is why you res a Hydra. Yeah, the threat is active, but the threat cares when the runner encounters, not if they take the subroutines. Like if they fire the subroutines in the middle of the Hydra, it's not going to work. Yeah, exactly. This doesn't work as it's the less generous version. It's when they encounter them. So they have to hit the sites already being tagged. Okay, this Hydra is 3 strength. It's 6 strength, so the Mimic is not going to break it. That's fine. It just gives us a lot of money. They also have a tag now. I think we'll take the money back, but yeah, it's 10 credits. Seems good. And we can just score out the Beal pretty happily. And they have a tag to clear. We will market forces for a single tag. Free Hydra seems good. It's nearly free. It was 3 credits. Yeah, cheap Hydra is so good. This card, even like outside of Reality Plus, resing this for 5 credits on an early face check it's gross. It's really gross. There's another one of the cards that nobody deals with well. Okay, so we're going to try and score this one out, and then we'll stick the Sansan next turn. So going down to 7 credits here is pretty fine. Remember, we have a Mavirus we have access to. They still win on a single axis, but I don't know. I don't think they're on Ngolo. I don't know what their influence is, though. We've seen Simulchips. And Simulchips. So here we have to res a Starlit Knight just to like be a bit annoying, because originally we're trying to keep 10 for this, but this is 2 credits to go through. It's something. We can't purge this turn, though, which is unfortunate. They can't steal Bologna here. That's nice for us. They can always... Oh, they can't trash it. They don't have Imp. Is there a point of Sansen if you're trying to Beal for 3? I don't think we're going to be able to because the server's not as good as it looks. So I think we're going to try and score it 3-2 and then another 2-1 maybe. Oh, wow. What did they trash? They trashed a regolith. Okay, well, we're going to get money no matter what. Now we can oppo them. So now we can just do credit oppo. They have 4 tags. And the game entirely changes. Because as soon as they have 4 tags, like suddenly StarLintNet does something. Like this is where it gets really hard. Like they have to clear the 2 tags here and then we still oppo them. If not, we can like market forces. Depends what they do. You could have installed Sansa instead of the 3rd Beal Advance, by the way. Yeah, but then we have to res it for 6. We couldn't afford to do that. Okay. So this is coming through HQ eventually. So I think we market forces to take their money. I think we credit. And then I think we are going to oppo. We'll gain 2 off of it. So we still have 3, which means we can purge out. And I think we do purge out. Action before you go, please. So this puts us to 0 credits, which is totally acceptable because they're also on 0 credits. But we're going to purge out after they get their fermenter. So they can decide what to do with the solidarity badge. They have 5 tags here. I'll wait until the fermenter gets a counter. But before you take your first click. So there's a window before they take their first click after start of turn, which would be now. Taking the ban list hard? No, not at all. I'm excited about the ban list. I'm really excited, Jeff. How's it going? Yo, I got the true ending in what's it called? In Wildfrost. I thought it would take me a really long time. It only took me a while. I think I checked you already had it. How did you do it? I ended up having that 7 health 1 cost barrage person. Give me that info on solidarity. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't have to res it there. Yeah, I res it too soon. That purges them out. That's fine. They're trying to get like a consume counter. But yeah, I could have resed it after and they could have done something else with solidarity badge. So I gave them more information than we needed to for sure. Okay, money is bad. This is where like you could have kept the, what's it called? But we got our money's worth off of the market forces. So this is where we like kind of do nothing. Eventually the botch list will be a problem. We have no reason to ice up archives. I think we can just put this in server 1 and click for 2. Actually, it's probably better to put the Beal, if we could res the Starlit Knight at least. Yeah, that's the issue right now. They did trash a Regulus. It did cost them, you know, a lot of tags. But here we need to draw an Oppo, not an Oppo, sorry, the shipment from the Disabirsk. Oh, they're running this. This is totally fine. I think I made Rage on health loss and the 2x health on hit artifacts. Nice. Yeah, I had that barrage guy with like frost and then like double ink on it. And then in the final true boss, I like inked the heck out of everyone. It's weird. I feel like in most of the runs there, it's like never your captain, unless you get a barrage captain. I don't think your captain is doing enough work. I think here we can consider resing the Managarm. I think we do, because I don't think they can trash the Managarm. We're down to 0, but everything's resed here. Yeah, ink is absurd. Okay, good. They spent 2 clicks here. This is what we want, because if they trash, they can't trash the Sansan, but if they trash the Managarm, it's bad for them. The problem now is I think I'm wild frosted out. I have all the achievements. I don't have all the, what's it called though? All the charms. I'm missing the, no, I have all the charms. I'm missing a companion. I don't have the 6x combo companion. All right, they removed a tag. They're just working on it. So unfortunately, Sansan is 8 credits for us to do anything tempo positive with it. I think next turn we can purge. They could go through the Hydra for giving us 5 credits. There's a 1 in 5 to win there. I think we're okay with that. Again, this is where you want a Nico in the remote server. Also hoping to get back to, but I have to find a new night because of Sansan guys. Oh, they just took your Wednesday spot, man? Because it's been a while since I think I've watched a Jeff stream. You just vacated your Wednesday spot, huh? I think it's harder. It's like we're at the point where there's so much Netrunner content out that like it's hard to find a night that you can say exclusively this is my night. And I feel like That's like a good problem to have, maybe. Sanson used to be Tuesday evenings. Okay. Thinking about playing Wild Frost seems like kind of solo card game. Like it's really, really good. It's punishing though. One mistake costs you the whole entire run. But I value that as much as there's been a lot of like frustrating knee slappers. At least a run is like 25 minutes. It's not that long. Okay, VSA is nice. The buzz saw it, so it's actually not. We just need to click for 3 credits. I think we can consider purging here because they're gonna get 1 run on HQ, and I don't think we want to do that. Do we think they have multi-axis? I think we can actually just put an ice on HQ and then just be fine. This puts their economy backwards. Tuesdays would be great, but that's my meetup night. Yeah, beans. All right, well, we've absolutely, like, this is where we want to just put asses on the table because no matter what they do to them, it's going to be fine for us. And they know once we get to 8, we can win in 2 turns because we score this into this. And we want to get this one out of our hand. If we get this with shipment from Vladisibirsk, we're in a pretty good spot. So they can get through a drafter. We have to res the drafter, I think. If they let the drafter fire, we get back market forces, I guess. Or spin doctor, probably. So they have a 1 in 5 to win here. And they know we've not been doing anything. They can't steal Bologna, so it's like literally a 1 in 5. This is the only agenda in the whole deck. No, there's one more Bologna. Sorry, there's one more Beal. Nice. Feeling lucky? No! Yo, GG. Oh, dang. That was the one in there. Nice run. Nice run. Damn, that was a 1 in 5. We had a really hard time closing it there for sure. Because we had to click for credits for a while. Got very lucky on accesses. I don't know. I think that was the only really lucky access. I think them stealing a Bologna was fine. They got the headline out of HQ a while ago, but I think they ran HQ when it made sense, for sure. I wonder if purging is correct there. Like, we just click for credits and purge every 2 turns? That might be okay. Yeah. Hate to see it with that freedom engine. But here, like, we were in a really bad spot economically, right? Like, we could put a federal fundraising on the table. They can't really deal with it. B1001 gets really interesting here because if they, you know, trash stuff, we get that back. And we had a shipment coming off the top. So we were actually only about 2 turns away from winning. They probably would have had 2 tags there. So we could do install advance. We can make a 3-point Beal. We actually could have won in 2 turns. Even if we purged out, because we would have drawn the shipment from Vlad. That's really cool. We'll play this again. That was not a great start. Yeah. I had a choice between oppoing, I think, or scoring the second Ares. Maybe it was between that and icing Centrals. But the second Ares is the only way I can make your engine not work for you. Is there any Netrunner content in another language? Thela used to do it for French, and I saw one stream in Spanish, but did not see anything outside English for a while. Yeah, I knew Thela was streaming half in French, half in English, but I couldn't tell you because I don't seek it out, unfortunately. But probably someone who maybe hears this might be able to tell you. Yeah, thanks for the game, eh? Yeah. So we'll play a couple more with this to see how the economy goes. Hey, cheers. And then see how that goes. Again, our opening was a bit rough. We drew way more agendas than we wanted to. And that slows you down in multiple ways because we can't, you know, tempo out all the sort of assets that give us value. But felt good. Felt hard to deal with. You saw their whole deck fell apart. It's all about getting the right accesses. Found some really old Japanese Netrunner content the other day. Yo. Really cool. Yeah, I don't know. I've been recommended Thela's content pretty consistently throughout the history of Netrunner, but that's because, well, just being on YouTube, you get French ads, right? Like in Quebec, they'd be like, oh, you speak French, here you go. Hey, Ba, how's it going? Missed the notification today. What are you playing today? Right now, we're playing Kyle's R+. Shoutouts, JNet actually seems to be pretty good right now. We didn't address that. But we're playing that sort of like tempo R+. I think we're going to try Jai's version of it eventually. We like very quickly tried some DreamNot, less Hoshiko, and it seemed fine. It's obviously not as powerful, but it seemed fine. And I think eventually, depending on the time, we're going to end up playing like some Laamb, either Quetzal or some Laamb Yusuf for Freedom, which looks good too. How are you finding the new ban list? I feel like I don't think I've seen anyone who's really upset about this ban list, but I think like banning Keeling, even the Keeling enjoyers are like, yeah, that makes sense. I feel like it's generally pretty positive. Laamb Quetzal sounds up my street. Yeah, I don't know, like, it seems like you're taking in a lot of work to do. I'm struggling to figure out how to make that sort of pressure worth anything. Because like you have very similar breaker suites, if you want to call them. Like Diogene's been jamming, what's it called? Airblades plus Banhar in any faction. And I think it is a very similar result and it's better than it looks. But then you need like big payoff, which is like why I think it made sense to Diogene to play Essa that can like throw out Chastushkas and finalities. But when it comes to Quetzal, like I don't know what you're doing. I think the band choices are very well considered, yeah. That's where I think Laamb's really cool. It's like Laamb Yusuf. That's a good spot to be. Cellar Gelatin. Geller Gelatin. Ooh, Zaya. Tag me, Zaya? Hey, thanks, you too. They're on 40 cards. Mind you, we didn't shout this out. This is a 49 card Reality Plus. You did not have to do that, but I don't know whether the agenda suite just doesn't make sense any other way. It's really interesting. This is not a 44 card deck, so you're actually on 20 agenda points. Against Zaya, we definitely want HQ Ice. If we can get Ice in our remote server, so be it. I don't love this hand. That seems a bit better. I think we get the Funhouse on HQ and then see how things go. We can put a Nico on our remote server. Probably have to blade a bit up. Carry always the 1 in 5. All right, that changes things a bit. Unfortunately here, we can't afford to do... How do you play this? We need to ice up HQ. The Funhouse drops us down to 0 credits, and that's really, really bad. I think we'd rather have the Funhouse on the remote server, though, so I think we're just going to resin ablative. I think losing the Nico is really bad. We could always just like jam out the AR and hand security and see if they run both of them. I think they don't run both of them. We're going to take a risk here. Nobody asked how big the deck was. That's really interesting. Yeah. If nobody asks, you don't have to say. All right. Zaya, pressure, central. Let's get a credit. Score blown it. They're down to 1 credit. That is not something I think you're excited to do into Oppo research. We can give you 4 tags right now. That is a start. No free lunch, mind you. So I think we just score this out. But I think you let that go turn 1. Maybe with the no free lunch, it's a bit easier. It's always I would bring a 64 card deck. It's a good solid number. A lot of divisible. All right, so we at least get the AR out. So the Nico campaign is self-protecting. This no free lunch is actually going to be interesting. It's one of the cool ways they can deal with B1001. Class act, nice. Okay. So they didn't steal or trash, so we can do Funhouse on R&D just to keep them out, Funhouse on server 1. We're actually not able really to res this because we have to play around Diversion, which they probably have. And Funhouse is a fair bit worse than 2 no free lunch. That's... Oh, cool, red team. Nice. They're just pressuring us down. This is really cool. This is cool criminal play. We're going to get another card off the Nico, though, which is great. Somebody brought Krispy Kremes to the office. Docklands, nice. HQ pressure. Might see a sneak door. Okay. Do we want to give them another Bologna? They can't really afford to steal it. We need a draw to get something tempo positive. That's really great. We can go from there. We'll zoom out 1 tad. The rare red team. I think red team is better than Elix. This is fine. Click for 3 is not amazing, but it's fine. It's better when you're running centrals you care about. Of course. Of course it is. Ablative also is now online too. That gets us a Nico back. We'd res it. We'd have to res it because they could win. Well, on 1 credit, it's a bit harder. And now, like, I don't know, they played around Oppo in turn 1, which is a bit ugly for us, but we have to force them to feel like they have to trash something. Okay, that's a server we want. So they haven't dropped a Hermes just yet. I think if we had it, not a Hydra, we'd consider putting it on R&D. I think we need something on HQ before they get this. Almost as good as DreamNot. It's a bit worse without DreamNot. I wonder if the Zenith will come down. So this we can put in a new server just to get some value. I think we need a double ice HQ. We have to throw out 1 card here. I think getting this in server 1 is totally fine. 2 Oppo researches seems like a bit rich. I'm not sure if we're going to need them a virus. Maybe we'll see an Amaku and feel regretful about it. But I feel like this deck probably won't be able to recover from a single Oppo. Maybe 2 is not necessary. I thought the math of red team didn't add up over the options, but it's been a while since I checked it. So red team got so much better because hard-hitting news doesn't exist anymore. It used to actually be really hard to install this for 5 credits on turn 1 to get 3 credits, right? And that's no longer the case because I can't punish you from running archives that you used to be able with hard-hitting news. So I think it's a fair bit better than it used to be. We'll res the Funhouse just because this is a pretty impactful run. So just bounce off that tracks. Spending 8 to score out on Sansan is not very good for us. They have to discard a couple cards here. Toss Mab, I'd say. I think Toss Mab, I'd say, is actually right. Yeah, Poison's Archives. That's probably a bit better. We'll just say Acid because we do. It's Rashida. Nice. Gain 2. Okay. So I think we can just get these 2 down and get our money up. Credit. 10 means we can res the big ol' Hydra. Again, we res this for very cheaply. They don't want to trash most of our stuff. And after that point, we can consider getting a res here again. They just don't have the money to contest the Bologna. Importantly, red team, though, says if successful, you take the money up front, so it does help you pressure centrals. Red team is +7 for 5 clicks, which isn't great, but if you stack any value, you're probably coming out ahead. Yeah, just running archives 5 times, it's not amazing. But like, okay. That's what we were worried about. That's fine. They can only steal the Beal here. And if they trash this as a mistake, yeah, they shouldn't have trashed that. I don't want to draw 2 cards here because it's risky. We'll just take the money. Shit, they got the Beal. Okay, well, they get oppoed. So we'll do this first. Actually, will we? Spin, nice. Reveal it. Yes. Yeah, that's better. Because we revealed the card that we're going to draw anyways. Okay. We have to recover. So here, getting down the Lady Liberty is a bit weird. We have to oppo. We could have safely drawn 2, that's for sure. We're finding out in hindsight. So we will get Ice on Archives. Bologna is going to be a hard thing for the deal. This is 5 credits. We could consider getting the Lady Liberty in a new remote server, or we can just get the Regolith out there. Because ideally here we top deck with Sansan and start scoring out Beals and stuff like that. This will eventually be a thing, but I don't think we res until we have stuff in hand. Trash Class Act. I don't think it's that important that they get filtered card draw on this table, on this board, but you're right, we could trash that. I don't think that's terrible. Let's not sneak towards the password. Pele, how's it going? I think, yeah, trashing Class Act is fine. I don't think we use the money that well. I think that's the best case here, and we can get this into a new remote server. It's whatever. So Shimmer from Vladisibirsk off the top. We can actually get a pretty big Beal on top of the Sansan. Yeah, this art is too close to passport. I'm officially on vacation for 6 weeks. Izzy, congrats. Oh, no, Oppo. Oh, my. I forgot we had Oppo. Yeah, 100% we should have Oppo there. That was the whole plan. I was like, why do we have an extra click? It's because I didn't Oppo. Yeah, that's okay. Sort of. That's really bad, let's be honest. Yeah, 100% that was an Oppo turn. Hard mode, yeah. Okay, don't worry. We'll Oppo them at some point. Implied Oppo. They understood. We paused for a while. We got their red team. We got their class act. Yeah, that was really rough. I think we want to keep cards in hand here. I don't think we really have to do much, though. I think we can just res this and hit it. Like, I don't care if they know what it is. Please take 4 tags. Professional game. I do enjoy kneecapping myself. No, up there is fine. The deck doesn't care about tags anyways. When I take too long on the turn and I forget what our goal is. Oh, and then a class act is back. Glad we trashed that. No, for real, though. It was good that we did it. Not an asset. Remember how you could have given them 4 tags? Remember how that was going to be important for our game plan? I think we just score it. I don't know why we're waiting. Server 1. Advance. In theory, we can do advance. And then we can, like, still push. We have a Sansan here if we want to spend 6 to save a click, which, like, is kind of dodgy. Good thing you have Lady Lib. Otherwise, they don't trash anything the rest of the game. You have no oppo chance. No, they're going to have to steal an agenda. Cool. 2 tags. Got him. Mind you, this is the big thing. A red team is a run, so they have to take the tags here. We'll just take the money. We don't have that much money. But they just took 2 tags to make 3 credits. Like, rough. It's pretty hard for a runner in 0 credits. Yeah, Spark. Yeah, we should have pushed out for sure. I tilted after the oppo play. This is totally fine. They have no Hermes. 9 credits, 2 tags, though? I feel like there's some punishment here. They threw out a jailbreak, a mutual favorite, and a jailbreak asset. Federal fundraising. That's really good. Okay, so we only have to protect R&D. Here they can go tag me. So that's what we lose to, is that they just say, I'm going through your funhouse because we don't have a B1001 on the table. That we have to watch out for. If we res the Sansan, we can do advance, and then just put the federal fundraising on the table. I think if we res the Sansan, they understand they have to go through here really hard. And we just lose to a single funhouse and them going tag me. There's no way around that. I'll still do it though. I would love another piece of ice here. Fundraising seems really important. We'll do that. We'd have to remember to shuffle with Spin Doctor to lower the density before they go R&D. Yeah, we... Not that we've drawn tag punishment, but them having tags here is kind of important. Bravado. Yep, this is how they win. They realize they go tag me. At least we can draw. I think we want to draw here. Okay. So we'll shuffle some back. So we want to get the, these are trashables admittedly. That's not very good, but it lowers the density. They can steal below now. They will be able to run back if they want to. So actually, they trash something. Again, tags don't matter. And I think that's right. We just need to get a Starlit Knight here, which will lock them out. What do we use the tags for? Starlit Knight, B1001, shipment from Vladisibirsk. Yeah, that's going to be a really good Starlit Knight here. Okay, federal fundraising. We could win in theory if we see the right 3 cards. Federal first. Market forces. Shipment from Sweet. Those are the cards we needed. We needed shipment from Vladisibirsk and a 5/3 agenda, and we got it. Damn, we're good. Draw. Operation. Yeah. Yeah. Server 1. This is why we need tags. Score. Got him. GG. Yeah, smashing. Yeah, they totally understood smashing R&D was right. That's only 11 turns, 11-minute game. Not too bad. But yeah, if we oppo them, it I think it incentivizes to do that. If we get the Starlit Knight here, this is why this card's so good, because it is genuinely taxing to deal with. Yeah. It's my fab content to cut up 3 sets of proxies fresh from the print shop. Yakov, how's it going? What are you proxying up? That was a close game. Yeah, that was closer than it should have been. Unfortunately, we messed up. Actually, I'm just going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be back in, I don't know, like a minute. Be right back. I wonder if turn 2 oppo is correct over scoring the areas. It might have been, genuinely. I don't remember the board state entirely, but like it does mess them up. The thing is, like, the tag punishment for this deck is actually really small. Like, we have one Market Forces, which is the only tag punishment we care about that soon. And I don't know if that was a deck that the Ares was incredibly powerful against. How long has Sneak Door Beta been staged? I think people now are letting you know about Sneak Door Prime, which that's a sneaky card you might not know of. I actually like Sneak Door Prime as a card. Like, I think it's busted, but it's a really cool effect. It's just kind of game warping. Just want to say that I love gameplay streams like these in general. It's great to get to tag along. Go to East Ang. Hey, East Ang. We pulled it up before. We'll ask for a link. Oh, this can be a hard matchup. Mind you, Sabotage is not considered us doing the trashing. This is nice that we can see with B1001. We get an early fundraiser. Hey, hey. They plug the ABR link before they leave. All right, we're going to keep this. Again, against Essa, you need to ice HQ immediately so you don't get Chastushka'd. Second ice eventually. I don't really know about the finality that much. If you're advertising East Ang, maybe you just want to play as fast and loose as possible. Nice. East Anglian Champs, it's on 9/30. End of the month. Real cool arts there. This Spin Doctor's sick. That's really, really cool. That's the person who's doing the punitive art. Rib Dream forever in our hearts. Okay, nice. All right, that's an okay opening hand. Which Sneak Door Prime was busted, A or B? I don't know. I think Central to Remote is... I think they're both equally problematic in their own way. I think we can afford to put this on R&D. Who can afford Sneak Door Prime in this economy? What did it cost? Like 6? Since I have class on blockchain tomorrow, what are your takes on blockchain, the Netrunner card? My takes are that it's very expensive. It's probably slightly better than it looks because Paperclip isn't around. Oh, they really need to deal with the federal fundraising because now we see the top of our deck. We know if we can sabotage or not. All right, VSA into Rashida is probably our next server, and we'll put Bologna on the top. I messed that up. There's like generally just playing a bunch of transactions in your deck isn't amazing. So it's a mixed bag. I don't know. Economic plus Opal plus market for Econ Prison, new NPE. I don't think it has new NPE. I think that's just like the basis of a lot of NBN decks. But that being said, Economic Warfare is not seeing as much play as it used to. But like that is, you know, Laura's Mari deck. That's Pigeon Brawler. It's a pretty well tread. Seems unfair to ban my wife, Dr. Keeling, and not any of the other cards that are brutal and annoying. Ares are even too big to fail. Yeah, but Ares like gives everyone choices. Keeling, you die slowly. I agree Ares is powerful, but I don't know what else you're doing at NBN. Too big to fail is, I don't even think, at all a problematic card. It's a card that is a click for 10 credits that gives you bad publicity. Is a bad publicity worth 10 credits? Yes. Is it playable on most board states? No. Is it played out of faction even? Not even. Yeah, I like that card a lot. Cool. This is cool because VSA actually does give a tag here because they do not break it with decoder. This is the sort of interaction that I very much value. So we can get 2 cards or 2 credits. We know the top is a Bologna. I think we're going to go for the money. We could have actually put a Mana Garm in this remote server. That might have been smarter. How many people are married to her? A lot. It's the academic subtype. Nothing more sexy than an academic. Keeling's more annoying than Ares. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Hey. I think they might have just realized that VSA works. Oh, no, they're fine. I thought it was because QTM was in a polykill with Keeling. There's a lot of people, yeah, that are, polykill is not a word I know, and I'm pretty sure I know what that means now. Keeling's mostly married to Prana Condenser first and foremost. Hey. Oh, I got nothing. Weird. Wanna try closing? Sick. Doujin wage workers reversed accounts oppo. Yeah. Wage worker reversed accounts is cool. Rashida probably coming down too. We also could have got a B1000 on the table, which like removing the tag on tempo is annoying, but it eats the border control as well. I showed the boomerang. Oh, VSA is bugged. Okay. So there's a blown on top, but we don't want it. Well, I'll have the blown in hand at least. Do I want the blown in hand? I guess so. This card's so powerful. So I think we just keep the blown in hand. They have 2 credits that's behind a ping. Yeah, we definitely should have protected the Rashida a bit better. We're weak to sabotage because we have to throw out the top of our deck, which is a Beal, or the Bologna and the Beal. Actually, that's really bad. So I'm just going to click for credit so I can throw out the Bologna and the B1000 at least. This card isn't as popular as I thought it would be. I like this a lot. Vasalata, how's it going? I think this card's also probably a lot more prevalent in startup, where like it deals with endurance really well. Not that finding a decoder eventually will be a problem, but like this is, you know, Turnpike-esque phase check. Interesting into Amakua, but Amakua isn't that popular. All right, so we're going to throw out, I think, the Bologna. Unfortunately, we know there's a Beal on top. But they're not that close to stealing this. Pretty good, almost had the funniest panic attack of the year. I hope everything's okay. So they have 5 clicks here, only 1 credit. Again, they have more credit on the fermenter. Raindrops. Go in here. We know the top of the deck is actually a what's it called? We 100% know the top of the deck is a Beal. So we are going to res the drafter. That's going to allow us to like do cool stuff. So add a card to HQ and we can install a card. They're going to have some money after this. They're not going to have a tag. So we can pull the Bologna into hand. There's no way to stop the Beal. There's no shuffle effect here. I think the Nico might be okay. But one of these we add to hand. Okay, we'll add the Bologna to hand and then we'll install a B1001. We're ideally getting the Rashida off. And we don't want to draw the Beal, so this is totally fine. They don't know what this is. We have to hope we get Spin Doctor before they get 5 credits. They do have a fermenter. Yeah, but they have to do that and check. So it'd have to be probably like check, gain 5 check, but at least it's back in hand. Installing the B1001 is not bad at all. I'm hoping the Rashida fixes a bit of it, but right now the B1000 only interacts with these 2 servers. One of them is Manic Armed. The B1001 is really good if they do like Botulus, Chistushka. That's really good for us. Then so that the ping actually does end the run straight. So it might be correct. I just think we need to get our money up a bit. Got out of the shower, didn't got my glasses. Cat was on top of the washing machine, looking to the floor, and I thought it was a snail. I have a big snail phobia. Rushed the cat away. Started overthinking what I could do. Then I realized it was a ball of fur. Glad everything's okay there. Crowder. Okay, so now HQ's a problem. We can res these. We're going to fire the Rashida before we reorder with federal fundraising, because that only makes sense. So I'll just do it manually. Nice, that's good. Order here doesn't matter. This now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we actually want the AR behind the virtual service assistant. So the order here doesn't really matter. Okay, so they obviously have a Crowder. We have to be slightly worried about Chistushka, so Spin Doctor on the table is good. We know the top deck is a Spin Doctor. I think we just put the Spinny on the table. Something like this. Again, I don't want to res, like in theory you should do this sooner. We know half of what we're drawing it to, but most importantly, we don't want to show them they have this, so they install like a ghost tongue and then we can like fix it. Would you rather have a snail-sized cat or a cat-sized snail? For someone with a snail phobia, that's probably a frightening question. I think a snail-sized cat would be really cute, but I'd be worried about ruining it. All right, so this can trash. I think a Nico and a Regolith is fine. There's a Spin Doctor on top of the deck, and I think we have an incentive to draw that. BC is also pretty good internal, but there's a lot of AIs. Yeah, but you just play IP block there, right? Like, I'd rather play IP block than BSA. Shouldn't JNet show you arrange the cards or arranging a card secret? VK, on the top of the deck, it tells you they see which card we draw. Sorry, no, arranging is in secret. Excuse me. Arranging is in secret. But if it's something like look at 5, draw 1, you have to say like I drew the 3rd or the 2nd. But arrange is private. Just between you and... Okay, this means that Chistushka is happening. We need to get an ice there. Look at top 3, let's get an ice. Ping doesn't exactly do it because it's ping ping. It's annoying though. It might slow them down. So if we score out here, that doesn't have a huge impact. If they Chistushka, so we can throw out the ping, and then the top of the deck is what? It feels like it's always a Beal. That's totally fine. So if we score out, we go to 7. They're setting up for a Chistushka here, pretty obviously. With double ping, we can also draw 2. As soon as they find out that they can get through this, the Crota, it's a problem, though. Huh. Given how much I trip over my cat, I lack the coordination for a snail-sized cat. Yeah, that's the worry. Snails accidentally get obliterated all the time, unfortunately. Yeah, this is where having a B1001 on the table is pretty cool. I think we have to ice up HQ just to slow them down. Let's draw the Beal. This is ablative into AR. This seems fine. Sorry, person with snailphobia. You have a B? No, I don't. I don't have a B. I went for the Nico instead of the B1000 off the drafter. But this is where the B1001 is really good, the way it interacts with these. If you like Federal as an NBN wall-to-wall, it's better though. Because this allows us to know what's on top of the deck. This allows us to not flood an HQ, so we're controlling all servers. Funny enough, some of the worst parts about Federal fundraising is if you use the draw off of it, you are not protecting the top of R&D. And the draw is optional, so we could have chose not to draw there, so we know that the top of the deck is not Beal. So ice this up or just choose not to use the ability. And that means it's like Daily Business Show, where it protects the top of R&D to single accesses. It protects HQ because we don't flood up, but it also is a card burst draw card. I think it's more powerful than wall-to-wall. Why keep Botulist ping? Because they don't know what this is. It might be a funhouse. You're right, we could trash it. We could have trashed it. But I think we actually really care about the ping res here. It's relevant. No more veggie scraps. It'll take a while though. Okay, so if we res the ping, they take 2 tags. We can sabotage pretty freely. It actually allows us to like fix our hand. So we'll res this here. We'll take the money. One time, no Terminator. They actually could double Chistushka this turn. There's some tags to worry about. All right, 2 pings. They can either spend a Fermenter or Botulus. Spend the Botulus. That tracks. So we got a Sabotage 4. We're going to do 1 from hand, 3 from the deck. Second Terminator. 2 Oppos, unfortunately. Not that they're going to trash a lot of cards, but that's totally fine. What's the tag punishment for this list? We have 1 Market Forcements, 1 Shipment from Disbursk, B1001, and Starlit Knight. So it's like not as direct as it would sound if you just said the cards, but there's a lot of different forks for sure. Like B1001 is relevant. All right, we're going to do Nico first. Then we're going to do fundraising. Okay, they didn't trash a card. We did. Another AR enhanced is okay. Something like that. Yeah, okay. What's the logic behind not throwing out the Bologna there? You had plenty of draw and being able to spin the back in the deck seems great. I'm okay with having 1 agenda in hand because if we score out... Hold on. This is not a hard agenda for us to score out. So it actually pushes us to game points sooner, which is important, right? Like if we throw out every single agenda we draw, it's going to be hard for us to close out the game to some extent. So like, I like having an agenda because then we have an agenda. Oh, Sabotage 1. The top of the deck is an AR enhanced. That's not good. Man, Marrow, why are you annoying? A stream on my birthday. Summer, happy birthday. Hopefully you're doing well. Do we get rid of the oppos? I don't think we do. This is a really ugly. Okay, we got rid of the Bologna here. What's our last click? We could have res the spin doctor before we what's it called? That would have been right. We should have spin doctor before we scored out. I forgot there's a marrow there. Do you mind? Doing fine. Hey, good to hear. So we had to... Might as well do this. Yeah, we'll get rid of VSA. Yeah, Marrow is like a huge boon to be on JNet. So now we have a spin doctor. So now we can shuffle back an agenda and something else. We're weak to Chastushka here, so I think we want another ice. This is where we trash the ping and we just put this on HQ. I wonder if they're not on real breakers. Like this, I don't know if this is... They might not be on like actual fixed strength breakers, like breakers. They might just be on Boomerang, maybe a Banhar. I don't know if they're on the air blades, like the Douging plate of Cannets. But so far we haven't seen breakers. Lost one Boomerang to core damage is nice. Yeah, we didn't push out there, but we just want to make sure we don't get Chastushka. And this technically does end the run if they don't clear the tag. But unfortunately, 2 B1001s are out. Okay, Shibboleth, cool. That does... Oh, it's a code gate, Shibboleth, right. So that breaks VSA. Neat. Rashida, Funhouse. Okay. So I think we get the Rashida in here. We do Sansan Rashida. If they light the fire of their remote server, they win. Feels like you don't have a lot of econ here. No, I don't. And mostly it's because we haven't like been sticking a regolith. We haven't been sticking other econ. I think Jai's version has a bit more operation econ, so we're okay. What's the first upgrade on server 2? It's a Managarm. There's a Ghost Tongue. We can get rid of 2 Funhouses. We can't really afford to res those. And without a B1001, it's a fair bit worse into the mid to late game, I think. Because they can just go through it. Their economy is bad. So this is why I like the Bologna. Yeah. Now they won't trash stuff. So the Oppo will fire it when they steal an agenda. So also just like rushing threat 5 is really important. They threw out a Marrow and a Botulus. Okay. Rashida first, of course. Draw 3, gain 3. That's important. We can just stick on the table and hopefully get a Beal. Nice. Huh, nice. Interesting. So then we just stick the Lady Liberty and we go 1, 2, 3 and win from there. Okay, so Beal, we will choose not to draw. That might be wrong. That might be wrong. It just felt interesting. It was provocative. Why won't you let me go in there? Oh, it's a region. JNet seems to be much more stable. Yeah, oh, Sansan, it's a region. Would have got a game lost there if I played it on tables. Okay, remember, Beal's on top. Do you hide the Beal, not draw with federal fundraising? I think we could have bottomed it, yeah. If we put a 2 down, it's safer than our top of R&D. So that's probably wrong. Okay, there they have the Banhar. So now they're going to do Banhar into the thing that loses the game. I don't have a huge incentive to res the second federal fundraising. Why wouldn't we, though? Why would we, though? They think it's a B1001. So we'll res this, start a turn. This is Starlit Knight. We're pretty safe with a Spin Doctor on the table. Milady. We'll do Lady Liberty. Look at the top 3 cards. So we want to bottom the Beal. So that'll be down. Then we'll have Mana Garment to balanced. Done. We won't draw. We'll spend this on this. Next turn, we can get access to the Beal. The Beal is 2 down, so we can sabotage a couple. Money's bad, but this doesn't require money. Let's see where they Banhar. If they just finality R&D, we have to go for the shuffle. Only 13 cards left in R&D. Like, this is the problem. Yeah, okay, so they're gonna Chestushka here for sure. Kyle, do you ever mess up the region thing? I definitely would mess that up. We haven't hit threat 3 and ablative, which is really ugly. They have to be a bit scared of one of these being a B1001 because they haven't seen our Terminators. We have another spin on hand, and maybe we could have got it down on the table because I don't think they're going to contest this. But in theory, we win in 2 turns uncontested. The problem is like we don't have drip economy coming in. Skunk HQ was an option. Yeah, Skunk HQ was the option if we didn't want to score at the Ares though. Because you have to do this for your whole turn. This doesn't work with wage workers. I used to work with Jeeves. I don't know if I've ever seen Lady Jeeves. I think I have. So they're figuring out what to do here. The most subroutines you could imagine is probably 2 if we're on 5 credits. Like we can't do Yulo, which they can still just break it with Crowder. At least the parts of it that they would die to. But we're a credit short. Yeah. What's the name of the German NBS morning show? Guten Tag. Guten Tag. There you go. Okay. This is expected. So we res the Starlit Knight. They take 2 damage. It puts us to 1 credit. At that point, we'd be on 1 credit. This is the second of 3 Chestushkas. Being on 1 credit's not great. I don't think you res here. I don't think having more money matters that much. Like, it allows us to res the Managarm, but with double Ares, I think we're okay. I think we could consider resing here. Like, I think us being on 1 credit doesn't change much. I'm gonna res. I just want to get cards out of their hand. Beal's second from top? Yeah, second from top. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we got a Finality out of hand. That makes sense. Like, I'm thinking at this point they have good stuff in hand. So it's a Finale and another Banhar. So funny enough, we can throw out an AR enhanced security. It doesn't matter for us. And if they steal it, it turns on Oppo. Not that we have money. Wait, where did our money go? Oh, it's 5 to res. I thought it was 4. Yeah, okay. Still fine. 1, 2, 3, and then top of the deck. I don't know why they didn't contest the Spin Doctor before doing that Chestushka play. Because, like, we have a Spin Doctor. You're giving us a huge option to recover here. Okay. So they have to go for Axes. So we'll do Federal Fundraising. Look at top 3. Bologna, shipment from Vladislav's Bologna. Okay, so bottom, mid, top. Done. No. We win next turn. If you can't steal that Bologna and this Bologna or trash this. And if they trash this, we get money, and then we can probably jam Bologna. We can't res anything else. It's not like the Ablative would still do something. But we might actually get the 1, 2, 3 Lady Liberty, which, like, I haven't done that in a long time. Hey, Haladri, how's it going? Love the Tuesday streams. Glad you liking it. It's been really fun. Like, we do news and stuff like that. We talked a lot, but, like, we don't spend that much time just jamming games. And there's so many good reasons to be jamming games this afternoon. Yeah, Beal is second from the top. So there's a Bologna second from the top, a Bologna here. They have to get through here. It's 1 for the VSA. They still have to trash this for 4, and they're going to take 2 tags, which means we know on the top of the deck is a shipment from Vladislavsk. Unfortunately, I think we're credit short. It's good on curve. Yeah, curve out. How sick would that be out? Then I read curve out. So again, they can deal with it, but then we end up getting 2 credits. And so that means if they don't clear the tags, which is hard for them to get rid of this and clear the tags, we just win from shipment from the Dispersking the Bologna, which are the next 2 cards on R&D. My logic for not resing is that you're on win on 2 turns of LL isn't disrupted. Paying 5 to hit a few random cards from grip doesn't help the game plan. I think if they okay, obviously we didn't know what we were going to get. I think we expect a finality, but if they finality, they might win. Limiting bell curve. I like it. But if we don't res this, like, they can run back for a credit, and they should be running for singles to some extent. The problem is, like, they didn't respect fundraising, which is allowing us to, like, get all these plays. Do you think limited 1 per deck neutral cards are good, interesting design? I don't love limit 1 per deck classically if the ability is very powerful. This card is interesting because, like, it's a landmark. There is only 1 of them, and it's not a card that, like, is absolutely busted if, you know, It's a much more nuanced card. But if there was a card that was just like, this is sure gamble, but it gives you twice as much, but it's a limited one per deck, like then it feels like games are much more decided by if you draw it or not. So overall, I'm not a big fan of limit one per deck for balance reasons. It's like, did you ever play with Rebirth back in the day where like if Valencia rebirthed on turn one, what a different game it is? I'm not a big fan of that. So if we shuffle this away, we shuffle it away. We still have a Bologna in hand that they probably can steal this turn, so I'm going to do it. I think we can give them an AR enhanced security, no problem. Rebirth is how we saw Omar get played. Yeah, but like that is so bad that there's a difference between having 2 ID abilities on turn 1 or having it on turn 8. Like that's not reasonable for me. Probably Rashida. I mean, Liberty has been Ares tech. Yeah, this card shows up in very limited deck lists for AR enhanced security. Sometimes it shows up for false lead, and I think false lead is underexplored in the meta right now. But yeah, it's like a very divisive thing when it comes to game design about like, you know, it's one of those 6 topics or whatever. And I'm not a big fan of it. At least for this card, it's not like, I don't think anyone feels absurd when this card's on the table. You need an op on the deck, right? I don't think we do because they're not going to trash anything and we just win. Liberty bell curve. Got it. Step 1 score 3-1. Yeah, I had one in hand and one was on the top of the deck before the shuffle. I think with the feds, you have to respect the curve. Especially with only like, what was it, 10 cards left in the deck. I think you really have to respect the federal fundraising curve into Liberty at that late in the game. But yeah, I don't think we've got that in a long time. 1, 2, 3. That's like the easiest way to score out with this. It's like we got 3, 4, 5, 6. It cost us our whole turn, but it didn't cost us credits. These dangling champs. Peace. Cheers. Yeah, step 1, draw the 1 in 49. Okay, let's try Jai's version of this, which is slightly different. It seems like it has a bit more economy in hand. So the big difference here is we have only 1 Managarm. We're on 2-year digital life. 11 ice. I think that's the same, right? 5, 9. No, we're 1 less ice. 1 fewer ice. Oh, excuse me. Mind you, go to East Anglian Champs. And then we have Maryland's and Nico's. So there's just a bit more money overall. We haven't seen the B1001 do something cool yet, but I promise you it does. We don't have the Bladev anymore, which is a bummer, but we have 2 drafters, which is like arguably just as good. People face check into Sentries all the time into NBN. Can we import this? I'm headed to bed. Happy games, Veronica. Thanks for dropping in. Enjoy the rest of your week. Maybe we should build a Liberty Stonk HB. What's the Stonk part? There used to be a 4-point agenda in the game. Do you hear that? They're sawing through concrete outside. Size, Jasminder Funhouse. Does this work? Yes, that does work. NBN Reality Plus. Do you hear that? There's like a lot of noise going on outside. Standard illegal because it has tomorrow's headline? Cool. Oh, it's Tegadon. Yeah, it's a card you could definitely play in these ASA lists. I think it's reasonable. It's weird that I haven't tried it so far in a Stegodon deck. Like, you know, it works really well. 1, 2, 3. There's not a lot of good 2s that you want to do on curve because it's just points. It's not like the BL isn't just points. Like, of course it is. Nothing in the background. It is so loud. Like, it's distractingly loud for me. We hear the Liberty Bell barely. Your RTX is filtering out well. I haven't run the RTX. I actually don't even have an RTX card. I'm on a 1080 Ti. It technically used to support the RTX stuff. Currently, it doesn't detect my microphone, the way that the microphone is routed through an audio interface. So I haven't been able to use RTX in a really long time. On that note, like editing together video with motion graphics for the first time in a long time, My computer is struggling. Like render times are really bad. I need to update this machine. This used to be like so loud. A killer machine a couple moons ago. 1080 Ti is still holding out. It's just I feel like we're at the point we have to maybe build something better. Hey. Best of luck. Have fun. Okay, freedom again. I think you're going to see a lot of freedom. I think it's one of the very obvious anarchs you'll be playing in the new meta, and you feel a bit better about it because you're not playing Hoshiko for not terrible reasons. So here we have ping to Rashida. It's pretty good. Federal fundraising. All these zero costers get trashed for zero viruses, which is a bad swing, but there's some respect to be had about Oppo. I'm going to keep this. I think our best play would be like Rashida, ping, and then like what's it called? The virtual service assistant on HQ. I think that would be probably the best. We have 2 of those. 1070 died this year. Current gen hardware is awful value. It is so bad value. Like I bought a 1080 Ti not when it was new, but it was like, this is the best card you can afford. Oh, okay, that's not a VSA. And now looking at the graphics cards, like the price versus the value, I'm not the first one to say it. It's horrendous. It is straight up terrible. One of the first published Stego dongle lists was on Formicary, and I don't think it's that great. You're presenting as interested fork with Stego versus Aries. I think I'm not sure exactly what the comparison is, but I think Formicary is one of the best cards with Stegodon. All right, at least this is free. 1080 Ti's were incredible for their time and value. Yeah, they were really good for their value. It was expensive, but it was like, compared to what you're paying now for what you're getting, it's absurd. Liberty. I think you're presenting an internet fork with Stegodon because then they're afraid to run other stuff, but sort of. Okay, so we can hit them really easily here if we draw an Oppo. We don't, but we can actually at least do this and try and get an Oppo the following turn. Yeah, the thing with the Lady Liberty is like, if they want to run it, hopefully there's red dice on Centros at that point in time so you can immediately get your Stegodon value. But yeah, the thing is like once you move everything to the Lady Liberty server, then you don't have to ice the Lady Liberty that much. I think I'm okay with them trashing this. It turns on Oppo if we get it here, and we might offer Rashida. So I feel like that's a pretty risky trash. I don't think the value trash into Oppo when we res Oppo for free or we play Oppo for free is worth it. All right, YDL, nice. Server 1, go. We could have done also like Funhouse into B1000, and they can trade their fermenter, which is 2 credits instead of 3 credits. It's pretty good. But this is going to obviously change the matchup entirely. As rough as like Freedom can be, AR like makes Freedom really, really upset. For like many reasons. And now with the face check on Starlit Knight, it's like pretty absurd. We res this for 3 credits to give them 2 tags. And then it scales until late game. If they hit them a virus here, we win. Can't steal Bologna. Maryland going down, okay. Oppo getting risked again. All right, go. And notice how they use the ping. There's actually a big reason why we should have overinstalled on this ping. I'm not sure why we didn't. But overinstalling on this gives them 1 less virus tool. Yeah, this is something I've complained before, but you almost always should trash the extra botulists. We should have saved a credit and removed them a virus counter return for trashing cards. So that's a huge misplay. Ideally here, we will overinstall something. From here, like now we can do uniced Maryland. It's pretty fine. They don't have a consume yet. This places a virus counter, so it doesn't actually do this. I wonder if they're going to put HQ pressure. They saw the top of the deck. It's a drafter. Nice. Okay. So we can federal fundraising. We should probably draw once. We can draw once. Put the feds in server 1 for now. We have 2 and put a Maryland naked. I think that's fine. I don't think we have a huge incentive to ice up R&D. They know we have a drafter, though. I think we can get away with this. They're more likely to trash this for 0, as much as the Ares is good, and I think we just value being able to control R&D, because then we don't actually have to ice R&D. Hey, Trapezoid, thanks for streaming. The game is hard to get good at. It is definitely a difficult game, especially with standard with a bigger card pool, as much as it's easier than it's ever been. Thank you for the kind words, and if you ever have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Is it only possible to overinstall an ice with an ice on that server, not with a card in the root? Yes. When you start cards in the root server, you can overinstall any cards in the root server. But when you install ice in a in front of a server, you can trash any ice in that server. So they go through this. If they pay for the Managarm, they can trash the Managarm, but they can't trash both. I think we res the Funhouse here. We go down to 3 credits, which is not great. But at least we have a Maryland, sort of. Oh, they're going through. Okay, I'm with that. The only addition to that is that you can't replace a grid with a grid, right? I did last game. I actually don't know if that's a truth. Is that true? Can you not replace a grid with a grid? They lost the Contaminate. Nice. Yeah, I don't know, actually. If it's rezzed or if it's unrezzed, I don't think it will matter, but I'm not sure. Because I think you trash and then install. I don't think you install then trash, because you probably trash first so that you never have 2 agendas in the same server. So I'm pretty sure you could do it. I think I would have found out by now if we can't. But JNet doesn't, like, JNet does it in a really weird way. All right, so they actually can trash both of these. They'll end up taking another tag, though. Citadel used to keep Ares more or less in check. Yeah, tags are very different than they used to be. There's, like, no great way to clear tags clicklessly. The best you have a Solidarity Badge. And if they rely on Solidarity Badge, you can't rely on resources. If you have an unres grid, you have to trash it to install another grid in the route. Did the subfire? No, it was ban hard. They took a net. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely have to trash it, but you're allowed to, right? Like, is there any sort of problem where they're like, oh, suddenly there's 2 grids. Sorry, you can't do it. All right, so they're going to have 2 tags. Again, the deck isn't flush with tag punishment. But the idea is that they're going to go through the Funhouse. We have B1001. All right, well, I think we trashed Banhar. Like, this is what the deck should feel like. We're just tempoing forward. It's hard for them to interact with us. They have to deal with this at the same time as us jamming every single turn. Eventually, B1001 gets ugly. Could have drawn for YDL value. Oh, Lord. Yeah, you're totally right. We definitely should have drawn there. I'm not sure if we were able to res the Managarm or not. But yeah, 100% we should have drawn there. Yeah, I totally just autopiloted. It's a different deck with YDL. We should have drawn for more money. Or we shouldn't even have played this because we're having Rashida the next turn. I feel like, yeah, we played that pretty unoptimally. It's probably done anyway with the console rules update. Oh, they have networking. Cool, they have networking. We need to get the second Ares. At least with networking, we feel a bit better about B1000. Okay, I almost hit mandatory draw there. Okay, so we don't have an agenda. We have to ice up R&D because the game's an R&D. This in the remote server is nice. And I think we can just get this on the table. If they trash it, we're feeling okay. They're welcome to play networking from 0 credits. Yeah, they can. Legally allowed. Mind you, if you don't know this card, it's a system update card. It's an old FFG card. It's been reprinted. Remove a tag, then you may pay a credit to add this to your grip. So it never trashes itself, but this is the only card in the game that allows you to remove a lot of tags for some reduction in rate, besides like Solidarity Badge. Next turn, maybe overinstall the botchless ice. Yeah. It is giving them viruses to trash stuff. Not that they need 0. Gain 2 or draw 2. I think we'll draw 2 here. Okay. Yeah, I think if we get another ping there, that's an okay spot to be in. But yeah, we should trash this a long time ago. Strike Fund, networking, nice. Okay. Get out of here. Ping, Nico, DBS, Tempo. Solidarity Badge just chugging away. So the Solidarity Badge now becomes they networking to trash the thing. Now they actually have to pay for viruses though, so it's a big difference. And then they play networking to clear the tag, and then they draw a card. I think it actually is better to float the tag with Solidarity Badge than not play networking. Because you're spending a click and a credit to remove the tag. There's no single tag punishment when you have no resources. I think it's strictly wrong to clear the tag with networking. Audrey, nice. They can't afford to trash this. Right? Like, I think you get so much more value getting a tag removal from Solidarity than you do clearing it with networking. Like, you save a click and a credit instead of a click and 2 credits. It's a lot better than just a click to draw a card. Why do they have a counter? Oh, Cousin Nob Curry. All right, so Starlit Knight. 2 subroutines, so that cost them a card. Just a card. Knobkery, that's cool. So now we're going to be punished for having this daily business show up here. We have to ice it up. VSA is really good at this matchup, especially because they just threw out a buzzsaw. They just threw out a buzzsaw. Okay, don't steal our Beal. VSA. Yeah, they're going to love to see that. So here we want to shuffle with the Maryland first. I'd rather redraw Maryland, I think. Okay, we'll do the Maryland, get it back in the deck because we want to shuffle, then we want to see Daily Business Show. So this gives us an Oppo research. That's good to have in hand. Lady Liberty is like not amazing with this hand. Our remote server is a bit, you know, full. Drafter, I think we need to ice this thing up. So I think we will. But we can't have any servers open because then they bounce off with Audrey. So I think we're going to put the tag card on HQ, this on server 5. And then I think we ice up Archive so they can't just get free Audrey value. And like, we don't threaten to res this, and obviously we can't afford it. But like, if this is their engine, we just have to ice up everything. It's like playing against Criminal. And as soon as they trash or steal, we oppo them into Oblivion. Or at least 2 tags, whatever. We probably wait for the Nico to finish. Nice. Good for them. We're denying the Knobkery engine. And these decks often don't play Lady Liberty, or sorry, Liberated accounts. They just need more money on the table. We could actually jam a Bologna. I think we have a huge incentive to wait for the Nico though. Putting out the empty B1001 is also pretty bad. I think we just click 3 here. Next turn we'll install advance the Beal. We could have installed advance the Bologna actually. That would have been fine too. I do think there's a chance they might tilt and go tag me though, so having the shipment in hand is reasonable. But we just want to get to threat 3 as soon as possible. This is like mid-range NBN tempo. It's like really cool. All right, we have to force a res here. This is 5, this is 3, this is 2. We can res most of this stuff. I don't think they'll go through this. They're happy that we spend 5 on this. Like, it's obvious there. But it's very likely they run into something else that's tempo positive for us. Like this drafter is great, I think. Yeah, seems good. So we return a YDL to hand. And then we can install a card here. So if we install a Spin Doctor, that gives us even more cards, so the YDL becomes even better, and it gives us recursion. We can get the Managarm on R&D, which they can't really deal with. Rashida on the table, they have to go trash. That's actually pretty good too. Yeah, it's not acid spam. It's like some mid-range, mid-tempo thing that has a lot of value off acids because of Ares is absurd. What's to install here? It's either Rashida or Spin Doctor. I think it might be the Spin Doctor though. Yeah, Spin's really good for YDL. Rashida is too, for what it's worth. But we're going to be drawing like 5 cards with Nico campaign. Oh. So now draw 2 here is really good. Because we have, yeah, of course, we have Daily Business Show. We're learning. We almost took 2 credits. We can take even more. So we can do YDL, install, Oppo. Networking. Draw 2 is gain 2. I know, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, so here we would res a Spin Doctor if we didn't already draw to get the once per turn. So Nico went back, or sorry, Nico drew us a card. We'll take another drafter, I think. Okay, YDL for a lot, for 6. Still good. This is a Sansan server. This is ping. They can get through this. They will go tag me. I don't think we care if they... Misclick. It's okay. Just a small misclick. Small spoiler. We want to get this in server 1. We could have res with the Spin Doctor. I don't think we wanted to though. We could have got 2 more credits. It's fine. Because this is free. I'm worried the fun houses are not worth it anymore. But now they have 2 tags. They can just networking. They probably have to crack the fermenter here as a start. That gets us a window. We actually could afford the res of Sansan and score this out for 8 and with 1 click left. And we always have to remember that we can res a Spin Doctor on their turn to draw the filter draw because we don't want to res it on our turn because we lose Daily Business Show value. Just tempoing, forcing them to do a lot of stuff at the same time that we are annoying. But we do have to ice up everything up. Otherwise, this does run over us. Knobkery Fermenter or Knobkery Audrey. This is the sort of deck like you would play DreamNot in, because if you're relying on Audrey, any card draw is great card draw. Yo, real talk. Best thing about DreamNot being banned is that there's going to be less missed triggers. Just less people going to be missing triggers on top tables. Cleaner gameplay. Do you mind if I forgot my DreamNot? Yeah, that's fine. So common. Okay, this is Spin Doctor. We can't let them have it. We'll find new triggers to miss. So we want to keep some stuff here in the bin. We don't have a Blade of anymore. I think we'll just do your Digital Life. Your Digital Life, probably? The list has only one Managarm. I actually like the Managarm. But we just want them not to have a... feel called out. Everyone's called out. Called out everyone. Like, it's not an amazing trade. Oh, here we don't want to score this out. Oh, hey, it's back. Server 1. So that's a bit safer for the moment. I think we want to put this on... And I think we will eventually build like an ASA remote to B1001 drafter. At some point we should purge too. This goes on R&D. This is a good server. This is a really good server. If we put this into a new remote server and they run it, they can build counters, but I think we're fine with that. I wouldn't be surprised if I do a Phantom DreamNot trigger at some point. So used to it. Make run, draw, gain credit. Yeah. The Phantom Crowder or whatever. I thought I was there. I'm playing Hoshiko. Time to import fully op. Genuinely not the worst. Like you saw in some Acme lists. Oh, cool. The price hitting Sure Gamble, Dirty Laundry, Hippo, Imp. So there's 2 targets here. Hippo is annoying. Hippo, Audrey is pretty cool. It will trigger the AR enhanced security though, but they're going for the Imp and the Hippo. They had one in hand. Gonna brings the need to Worlds to spite you. That's a simpler trigger though. So here there's an incentive to purge, but purging the Knob Curry doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay. So I think we can do triple advance for the AR. I think we don't want to discard. So I think we will install the B1001. Actually, we need a bit more money. I think we'll install the Maryland. Advance credit. Some weird convoluted line like that. So next turn we can do advance, and then do something. I wonder if actually this is a mistake because they can probably make value off of this. Oh, this ping is good for us. Like, 1 strength is good because it takes a card out of their hand. Like, they can't farm this too easily. Oh, the card's a steel scan. Never mind. We've been played. All right, that's fine. This is the reason to score at the AR last turn. So 3 strength. Clicklessly draw 2. They can do that and impede ability window, which is sick. Now they have to break it with viruses. They have to come off of the Audrey. Still got to break, right? There you go. This looks like a Bologna too, which is really interesting. So at least they've already taken a tag, so they won't take 2 tags with AR, so it feels a bit better. Assume they will trash this. Now we have an open server. It's not the most expensive server to run, but it cost them resources. I don't think they hippo the ping, and luckily we're playing around the hippo. If they want to break the funhouse, they can, and that is 2 cards, and then they open up archives until a virus shows up. So now they have 2 tags. So again, like they're spending half their turn networking. And I do think they don't have to do full networking. They can always remove 1 with Solidarity Badge. Again, single tag punishment isn't real. Maybe they don't have the list. Maybe they're worried about like retributing their Knob Curry. Maybe there's a, you know, a line there. We got to res this. Can't have an open server. Trashing multiple things is smart. So that's a DJ Fenris. Cool to see that guy go. And 1 virus counter, not too bad. If we res this, it'll get shuffled back in. I think we can afford to res this. It disincentivizes the trash a bit here. And again, I think they clear 2 tags, which is most of their turn. Yeah, we'll shuffle that back in. That's fine. We can afford it. Yeah, networking. I don't think you have to do the second networking here. I think you can rely on the Solidarity Badge. Because you spend a click to draw. Yeah, I don't know. All right, 1 turn too slow. Here we can get the federal fundraising. I think behind the drafter is a bit more annoying. We can also push out the Beal, but we don't have that much money. So I think we do the federal fundraising, and the next turn we do like push the Beal, put the B1000. This server is a bit more annoying. Go for triple Aries. It like does help you, because double Aries does not help you score to 7 that easily. Triple Aries does. The problem with Bologna now is they have an answer with the imp, the ever infinite imp with Knob Curry. So like Bologna is not as safe. That's one of the downsides for this combination. Triple Aries, you coward. Theos, how's it going? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, okay, fine. They're playing an Audrey deck. Why don't we triple Aries? Tempo positive. You have to spend their whole turn networking. This they trash for 0 though, so they actually gain like value. This still costs them a card. Not great. It's just the 2 tags that's more annoying. So they throw out a Banhar. Ah, they got rid of it. Gain 2 or draw 2. I'm going to gain 2. Now they can bounce off of this, but they've got their Knobbery once per turn. How is Rising Maryland before trash much different than playing buffer? It does something. Because it shuffles into your deck. You'll draw it. It's good. Buffer drive. No, you're spending a click and 3 cards to do nothing. That was clickless. Buffer drive. Come on. Networking. Come on. Oh, they floated a tag. Let's get him. This doesn't work. Okay, so we're just going to keep being annoying. So I think we are going to do the 3rd Aries because y'all want it. I would not do this. We would do Silver 5 credit. Lol. It's a good comparison. So we'll triple score this out. At that point, we actually can win off of a Beal and a Beal off the Sansan. Hash for the content. I got to keep it in mind. It's a show. So some days you're going to see a triple AR on hand security and see what it does to this freedom that is struggling to have money. I wouldn't do this, but I'm doing it. The crowd goes wild. Everyone's going to be so happy when I go down to 4 credits. My Patreon made me toxic. Pat says we don't shout out the Patreon enough. He might be right. Ah, VSA. This is great. It's a free res. Again, they don't have Bologna credits, but they're going to imp the Bologna. And at that point, like we have a spin doctor and it's a bit of a war here. But if they imp something, again, it's 2 more tags. At least they take 1 tag here on this. So they can choose not to break this. I think it's right not to break it. I think your card in hand is probably better than a credit. Yeah, because you're going to take the tag anyways. We have 1 Your Digital Life in the deck. I'm just going to tank the money because we still have to res Sansan at some point. All right, this is a card and a virus. Again, a virus somewhere would be really cool because we can actually force the drafter to fire. That'd be a nice surprise. Oh, yeah, that happens. Hey, Elwin, I imagine at the top of the show you mentioned your thoughts on the bans. May I have a brief recap? Very positive. I think Laamb is probably going to show up in weird, interesting decks. I think Keeling is gone is great for the game. I think it's not a fun alternate win condition, and it's painful. And no DreamNot's the way that you can slow down Hoshiko without ruining Anarch. And that's cool, as much as DreamNot's a fun card. Positive, very positive. We had Crofy on too in chat, so they were able to like talk about any decisions here. It's a Bologna they can't steal. They have to trash it, which is obviously bad for double AR. It's an Oppo. They imped the Oppo. All right, here's 3 tags. Can't networking anymore. And now we can shipment from Vlad. Grazie, yeah. Grazie mille. Floating 1 tag plays around shipment from Novosibirsk. Oh, they have 2 tags. Okay. Oh, my virus. Okay, so the question is here is do we spend 3 advancements on the AR enhanced security or do we score out the Beal with 5 to go to... We have to score out the Beal here. Oh, we forgot to res the Nico campaign. Shit. That's bad. Whatever. Play it off. It looks like a B1000. So we do Beal. I think we do this. As much as I said we were going to score out the AR, we are going to eventually. This is just so much better. They might see this and think like, oh, I don't have to worry about tags anymore. But yeah, now obviously the AR enhanced security does nothing. If we res this is actually really big because we'd actually start our turn with enough money to score out a Sansan with a Beal if we top deck it. Yeah. So yeah, we're not resing this denied us 4 credits in 2 turns. That's bad. That's pretty bad. Now they can't just go tag me. That's again the beauty of Starlit Night. Now it does have 4 subroutines. They can get through it for free if they want. But it's neat that your tag punishment and ice can overlap, and it doesn't feel that bad. Like this card's not awful when out tags, and then with tags, mid to late game is where it becomes really strong. As much as a 3 credit face check to give 2 tags is like an absurd face check. once you get the Reality Plus refund. To AA and let the Aries stew. Yeah, and then they think it's a Bologna, and then they have to really go for it. But if it was a Bologna, we probably would have still scored the bailout from hand. So yeah, it could be a Bologna. Hey, that's my server. I think we have to res the ping just to get this down. Weird, interesting decks Monday, 8:30 p.m. BST. That's the Bahrain stream. They're running the Piranha plant. Has been working out for them. It's pretty bad when we have 2 AR and security scored, but it's, you know, it's a breaker suite. It is doing its thing. The thing is, like, now there's only 1 tag punishment card in the whole deck. We've played it really. So it's a very, very annoying against AR and hand security. I think against like an ASA deck, like you have to play around the Tomb of Viruses. That's pretty hard. But it's yeah, seems okay. Okay, so we're not scoring out the last AR and security. We do have the Managarm. Love the Managarm in this list. The triple Aries has been challenged. That was ours. Come on. Hope you're well. Hey, BT, you occasionally mention this card pack of your design. Do you think you'll ever make it public? Currently, all my Netrunner time is going to editing Canadian Nationals. Some of the cards I designed largely ended up very close in the last set, which I think is really funny. What did they leave? They left the Sansan. I do think I want to. The window of releasing it is really difficult because as soon as the new set comes out, nobody wants to talk about your cards. But remind me maybe in a couple weeks on a stream, we'll go through it. And I don't have art for them, so I can't really release them, but I can show you what some of the designs were. And I think some of them are actually really interesting. I'd be happy to play them. Here, they've used their imp, so they can't steal a Bologna off the top of R&D. So this is relatively safe. They are letting the drafter fire. We just need to get them a virus somewhere, because if the drafter actually fires, we kind of win the game. I'm excited to hear that you're interested in this set. Card design is real fun. But you see, Audrey is really good. One-stop solution. They're getting through the stuff they need to get through. Might have been a Bologna on the top. We can res this. We should have res this a year ago. It was a Bologna on top. So this is where they can get a Bologna on the table. Imagine we had 3 more credits here. And then this is the thing. It's like we can get a Bologna on the table and they can't run it if there's a B1001 on the table. So we have to get the B1001 and then they have to like run this and then run that. The big issue is that the Knob Curie. So we actually have to protect them a virus and then get them into a situation, but you can't purge out imp into Knob Curie. But if they run the B1000 once, then they imp it. Like you can set up a line where you can win. Ideally here though, we just get 8 credits and win off the Sansan. Us having 7 here would have been really important. We were 1 turn behind on the Nico. It's a big problem. We could consider Spin Doctoring as a start. I think that's pretty fine, just to get the tag punishment back in the deck. That's interesting. You can use AI to make art for them. I did, and the art was not good enough. I did not like the art. I'm not amazing, but I was paying for like Midjourney just to mess around with it, and I could not make compelling enough art. We need to protect this, and then we'll put this in server 1. Again, our line is basically to make a fork where like they just literally cannot run. If we have a B1001, they have to run it first, which means we have to like tax them out. And then if they trash this, they can't steal Bologna. So we can do something. Force Liberty. Liberty was probably better than the Maryland. I think you're right. I'll hold you to it. Also, a while ago, I can tell I watch all of your stuff. And you can tell I watch all your stuff. You see there's a lot of X's on those cards. That has me hooked since then. We backed up on the X's a bit because there's other ways to put X's on cards that don't need X's. But X is always such a crutch. Wasn't it the time when you said you failed to get a proper image of a bow to your liking? Yeah, exactly. Could not find a good image of like, we wanted to make a code gate that loads cards from the top of your deck and then has to fire those cards and you get plus strength equal to the cost of the card to add it to your hand to make some sort of convoluted, like, you know, umbrella type engine. And I wanted to make a bow that you loaded. So it was a card, draw card, and a really good 2MU decoder. Could not make art for it. The only good use of excellent card design is Blood in the Water. Surveyor's cool. Amaku is technically an X card. Midjourney will never make compelling art. It does. You'd have to be good at Midjourney. It's like no different than any other tech skill. Is like the people who know how to use it well and do like weighting and understand how to like break up phrases and clauses. Like it's a skill set that is kind of equivalent to Google foo. Like folks who know to use Google way better than people who actually search like, what is wrong with my forehead? Psychographics, yeah, psychographics. There's a lot of good X cards. It's funny how ontological and redcap also don't have X, which like could have X, but it's clumsier. I think rewriting those cards to not need X is usually a better solution though. Exactly, yeah. We're gonna gain 2, I think, because we just need to get up to Sand money. Did they freedomed, yeah. Cool. We're pretty against the image plagiarism machines. I'm not for them. It's just like I have no other way to put compelling art on a card. Like I don't think they should take the jobs of the artists. They're just very powerful tools. Right? Like anybody who replaces their art team with AI is demonstrably like that's a terrible idea. But they're really good tools to be used alongside artists. There's cool stuff you can do with it, especially for folks who like want access to you know, prototyping card games. It's like really good for that. But yeah, they're gonna imp the Sansan. That's not good for us. What would a card called Google Foo be? Searches your deck. X should be on more cards. I think X is an easy trap. That there's much better ways to word it. Like look at Amakua. Amakua doesn't use X, and it's a lot more obvious how it works. Should cost X. They left the Maryland. I guess we res it. So here I think we want to shuffle back in to get in. I think the only card we shuffle back in here is probably the Shipment. I don't think there's any other card we want to shuffle back in. Oh, the Sansan, actually. Okay, so here we have to build a fork. Skunk relevant? Skunk relevant, yeah. Was relevant skunk. So if we put the Bologna in and the B1000, the problem is we can't score at both. So I think if anything, we have to put the Lady Liberty behind server 1. The other big option here is purging. I think purging is totally fine because they cannot make a successful run without doing a lot of damage to themselves. Actually, no, they just run archives. Huh. Thinking. But the problem is this Maryland campaign is like largely where Lady Liberty should be going. We're in 5-2. Like we could install the B1001 and then install the Beal. So then they have to run this first. Or if they run this first, they do left, right, left. And they can afford to do that. If we purge, maybe they can. I think we could consider purging here. The only thing we're weak to is now R&D pressure if they trash our multi-axis, or sorry, our win condition. Is there any card with eggs on it? Yeah, I think there's eggs on there's this one Wayland card, I think it's Wayland, about making students pay more, and I think there's a student holding a carton of eggs. I actually thought of an egg card, I think. What is it called? Core troubleshooter is X. Yeah. Counter surveillance is probably... No, counter surveillance is 1, but it says X in the text. X is only used for corner numbers? No, it shows up on text. Oh yeah, that's why folks are saying. It shows up on card text, yeah. Yeah, I think like student loans has eggs on it. Oh, it's strawberries and yogurt. Never mind. Labor rights, nice. There's probably eggs on a card. I can't think of it. Trash's Steelskin and Cookbook fired. Yes. Student loan, apparently it's strawberries. I thought it was an egg carton. It's a carton of, it's a pint of strawberries. Sassy has eggs? Oh yeah, Sassy has lots of eggs. Sassy has all the eggs, Leon. There must be more. /n search egg. Cyber eggs. I looked up what Saucy is, and it's like sometimes depicted as a bird, but it's also really strange. If you look up into the Wikipedia. Yeah, this is the one server they can run easily. At least for us, we can use this to draw 2, which is powerful. A lot of cards have Easter eggs. Draw 2 is all we want. We want to just draw into our win condition. May I offer you an egg in the Trident Times? It used to be orbs. Berzeki's an egg. Would you please kindly remind me what the website they use? You guessed the Netrunner card off horrible quality images. It's called Gordian Blade, but there's a period before the DE because it's a German domain. So it's gordianblah.de. I think I haven't done today. Big fan. All right, so they can break 1.5 ice. Yeah, this is what they have to do. They have to trash our win condition, which they will have enough virus counters, let alone they'll have an imp. $15 tags, no way to close the game. This one doesn't have market forces. Not that we would need market forces here. Hold on. Oh wait, sorry. 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 On approach. Do you mind? Sorry. I missed my window. Could you kindly? Yeah, I have a purge. We can't let them break that. Thank you. X is great for numerical keywording such as threat X. I think threat X is only a matter of time before it shows up. Thanks. It's frustrating when you're 14 tags in and they ask you to back it up so you can blow them out with them a virus. They have no money. This doesn't do anything. Gives them a tag. So the last time we have to res this is on approach. They can't jack out because we're doing it on approach, not on the movement step. So they have to face check into drafter. What will that do? With a click left, we actually can get a Bologna on the table. We can't score it out. So yeah, all good. Prompt. I wish they would also have the game that they did for the card review where you have to guess the words. Oh yeah, that'd be a fun alternate way of doing it. Thinking. Finding all this talk of eggs in Magic, an egg is an easy cast artifact that lets you sacrifice for an effect, cracking an egg. Oh, no way. So now they're doing it here, which like, that's off the information we've gained. They could have done it at any other paid ability window, so it doesn't really matter. But I feel like they're using the information that we gain off the backup. That's on us. Sometimes having a problem placing where exactly the Netrunner action takes place in. Is it in cyberspace or a mix of real world? It's real world and cyberspace. Like people are folks, but then servers are, you know, digital. Ice exists, you know, in the cyberspace. So the idea is that like you're not often running R&D. Wait, no, you can't check out. Sorry. No, they can't check out there. Wait, I wanted to use the window on approach on drafter. You broke the drafter. You were going through the drafter. You didn't jack out after the BSA, right? Yeah, it looks like they're, you know, retconning the turn after we said we wanted to res, which like, I'm not going to fight it, whatever. Because I think they realized that this was a virus and now they want to change their turn. Should have kept the shipment in archives? Yeah, right? Actually, I definitely should have because I realized that interaction might surprise them. It's fine. I don't want to fight this. But technically, yeah, it's wrong on both sides. I'm so pathetic. Gordian Blade is almost impressive. What gets me is like when they have some of the, it's like sometimes the cards from Terminal Directive show up, like the campaign cards. So it's yeah. So originally you went to run through the drafter. I had a window after you said you'd approach the ice to res and upgrade, which would have changed things. It's okay. No worries. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Right, no big deal. Yeah, okay. That's fine. All good? Hey, no big deal. Yeah, it's no big deal. All right, yeah, I think here they might have seen that the virus blows them out, but the virus will blow them out either way. If we just had like an end the run, a Starlit Night on the remote server, I think that's also a way that we could win the game. Top of the thing. Oh, well. If they went through, that actually would have been bad for us. I'm okay. That's cool, I guess. Oh, sorry. Sorry. In theory, we should have installed the Beal here. And they can pull a Clot for the Gachapon if they have it. I'd be very surprised. But in theory, we installed the Beal here. We could have shipment the Beal out. We should have advanced first. I'm messing this up all over the spot. Action. I don't think they have Claude. If they have Claude, we'll install this. Obviously, we played this the worst way possible, but we should have done the Beal. We have to ask for action because they could Claude with the Gachapon. I don't think it's happening. One thing to keep in mind is that a run is not just the net, despite all the ice. Oh, not the Claude? They have a Claude in hand. It's okay. We have Virus, so no matter what, no big deal. Yeah, we hit them a virus there. That's what we wanted to res on the drafter. Hey, good game. Hey, thanks. You too. Like, still, the fact that we had double Aries, that was a tense game. The thing that they have the imp in this matchup, which we hadn't seen in other matchups, means they can trash the Bolognas, means that they can actually, like, because they don't have functional breakers, they can play on low credits. They don't actually have to have money to interact with us. Not that we have market forces in this exact deck, but that's actually very fascinating that we have a tense end game, even with double AR enhanced security and them 15 tags in. Thanks for all your videos. Oh, cheers. It's a very kind. Like deck. I like the deck you're playing. Yeah, it's neat. As strong as it is, it's really, really neat. Cool. What time is it? We've been streaming for about 4 hours. I think we're just going to do a Gordian Blade here. I don't think, unfortunately, we have time to get in a game with, what's it called, with Laamb. But we will try Laamb, I believe, on Thursday. Just try Laamb in, like, Freedom. And we'll go from there. Let's do a Gordian Blade. Thank you, videos. Oh, cheers. 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 Thanks for the game, eh? All right, let's do it. Gordian blah. This helps me a lot with card recognition. Okay. The problem is I don't want to read chat because chat can spoil it. Oh, no, I've done this one. I did this one this morning. It doesn't update when I think it does. I know what this one is. Chad, do you want to play it? I know the answer to this one. It took me, I think, 3 to get this. How'd you feel if current effects returned as lockdown operations? I think they wouldn't be powerful enough. If you just printed any of the current lockdowns, sorry, the only current I think you could print as a lockdown and it would be worth playing is Employee Strike. Otherwise, it's not worth playing. They're just not powerful enough. And that's why the lockdowns are good. NGO front, okay? So we know it's an asset and we know it's neutral. It's not NGO front. Donuts to gain? Do you want to try it? Well, we know it's a corp card, so we know it's a corp neutral card, so I'm not going to guess donuts now. Because we know it's a neutral corp card. It's clearly not ice because the art's at the top. It's not at the bottom. It's neutral. Some brown shades. Not a lot of brown cards. Yeah, I also did this one. It's pad campaign. Cool. There's a couple pad campaign arts. The pad campaign from the core set, from the FFG core set, is like pretty blue. So I don't know if this is going to do it for us, but it's a fair guess. No new information. We know it also doesn't cost 0 and it doesn't cost 2. NASX is the one that rotated. NASX is like very similar to pad campaign. We know it doesn't cost 2 though. Lady Liberty, we can guess that. Lady Liberty is pretty black with some blues in it, so we have still a brown color palette, but it definitely doesn't violate any of the rules we've learned so far. Oh, it shares a subtype. So this could be a region, or wait, what else is on Lady Liberty? Melange, Regolith, hold on. So it could be Melange. It can't be Regolith because we know it's not 2 cost. VT has it. Yeah, it's the museum. So these are the hallways of the Museum of History where this card was banned for a long time. This is one of the strongest acid spam cards. It's cost 1 to res. It's Alliance and Ritzy. Oh, Ritzy is the overlap it has with what's it called? Yeah, with the other one. So it costs 0 influence if you had 50 more cards in your deck. I do not know why you want to encourage people to play big decks. It is just makes a grind of a game. This card is really poisonous. And when your turn begins, you may shuffle 1 card from archives into R&D. This card was so problematic for the game because then you just played in a meta where every deck was 54 cards and you played 3 of these and then you trashed an asset. They res 2 Museum of History, shuffled them back to the deck. So it became this game of whack-a-mole where like just trashing assets had no like impact. Going bigger was supposed to be a downside, I know. And then people just played like, you know, the sort of 54 agenda suites, 59 agenda suites that run only 3-pointers. And it was such a bad problem.
I don't know if this one was ever errated to be unique. I think that was a big suggestion that people had for a while. I used to have a t-shirt I got at Ohio in American Continental's 2016 that it was #BannMuseum. People hated this card. Was it banned because it was strong or because it made the game take ages? It was immensely strong. It made games take ages is actually a really big concern. I think we've heard this from NSG, is that like when they design cards, they test them in physical play spaces. This card forces you to shuffle multiple times a turn, and that's really bad for the game. I think Op is the closest we have to it, but Op doesn't fire anywhere near as per turn, and Op is really fun. Yeah. Archives into R&D is a sentence that puts cards on the ban list, gets them every time. There's a lot of cards on the ban list or have been on the ban list that are about taking cards from archives and putting them back on the table or back into R&D. Almost every recursion card on the corp side has been banned. Some of the old FFG designs were very bold, yeah. So it's worth noting with FFG is that they designed sets pretty early on. And so the Mumbet cycle was all about these alliance cards. And they're some of the most powerful assets in the game. And specifically, you saw this keyword, political, that were assets that only did something if you had to ice them up. We see political assets in the same sort of style in Automata Initiative, but they actually do something when they're iced up. Some of them did nothing. And I don't think they saw in design, because they did a lot of their playtesting early on, is that we were at this like incredible crossroads of the fact that we had breakers like Faust that made ice really bad. We had hard-hitting news come out. Well, that was the following set. That was a different problem. We had recursion pieces being really good, but just like there were so many things that together came that made it obvious that like some of the best decks in the format were like 27 assets. And then there were so many recursion pieces. Yeah, it's Alliance too, which like, that doesn't actually, that does matter, right? Because of Mumbed City Hall. Alliance conditions on silly, like, yes, please play 59 cards, all 3-pointers and Dirtle. Yeah, it was the absolute worst combination. It's like, if this had no text on it, with 0 influence, it would have been a healthier card. Just because this forced people to play bigger, dirtlier decks. Having to pay influence for wage workers in NBN is so sad, yeah. Yeah. Trash costs were balanced around Wizard. I honestly don't even know if trash costs were balanced around Wizard, because Wizard competitively only became a mainstay around this point in time. Which means largely in playtesting, that happened before people realized we were in a Wizard meta, because I don't think in playtesting they realized assets were big. My guess is that in playtesting in FFG world, and you know, this is a guess, is that there might not have been a lot of people that realized the best thing you can do is play 29 assets. Because that was actually a really wild thing to do. There's chances that there were decks that were playing Museum of History and iced it up, right? Like, I don't know. I just don't I don't know if in playtesting people pushed it as far as they did in competitive Netrunner, where they realized like you play 4 eyes. So Ranji's 29 assets is fine. Ranji doesn't think Ranji's deck is good. And there's ways to beat Ranji's deck. Like, I think it's cool that assets exist. The problem with this point in time is that if you went to a tournament, I think 7 out of the 8 games you would play would be against assets. So yeah. I think the point we were there was this balance of Wizard? I do not know. I doubt it was, because I do not think Wizard was prevalent until the Poison came out, unfortunately. Bring back Vanilla? I don't think Vanilla is good for the game, but yeah, Vanilla is surprisingly powerful. It's weird how it is. It's such a pleasure when you take us down memory lane. Yo, every once in a while going back and watching some of the gameplay on the channel that's really old, as much as maybe I cringe at my voice, it's really cool to see some of the old metas. Like, there's so much information locked into like folks who've been playing Netrunner for such a long time. Give them any excuse to talk about it. I think it's safe to a card gets played more on the first day of set release than in the entirety of playtest. So definitely accept broken stuff to sneak through. Yeah, exactly. No, that's like that's just doesn't matter what you're doing. You're playtesting for like a AAA, you know, billion-dollar property. You're playtesting your cooperative card game that you homebrew. There's going to be more games generally in a week than you've ever playtested in the entire development of the game. And that's totally fine. I do think Museum of History was addressed way too slow. And this was the point in time where Netrunner fell apart. It's worth noting that Netrunner was on that trajectory where it was the darling game. Everybody adored it. It was the top of BGG. Number 2 board game on BGG. And I just want to say, I don't think BGG is like a thing that we need to be courting. It just is worth noting that's a lot of internet traffic. People cared about the game. And then Mumbed came out, and again, you'd go to an event and every deck you played against was an asset spam deck, and that was not addressed for about a year and a half, 2 years. So many people who played Netrunner on the verge of competitive, who like would show up to events, but like, you know, weren't grinders exactly, they all left the game. And that was the big descent of Netrunner. Yeah. How long did Sync BRE last? Oh, I couldn't tell you. You'd have to watch the streams, but it lasted a really long time. Arguably, that one wasn't important. right? Like everyone knew what that was meant to do. It was just kind of like fundamentally that whole set was kind of messed up. Mumbad is when I left. There's so many people who left in the Mumbad cycle, and it's no thanks to cards like this. I think if you don't interact with Ranji's deck all unless advanced cards you're good, right? Unless SIU, you have to run Zombie because you died to SIU Reaper, you died to Triple Reaper, you died to a bunch of stuff. If you have a way to remove a tag clicklessly, they need double SIU, that's harder. But you basically don't have to trash anything besides Reapers and SIUs. And just don't steal agendas. Oh, you should probably trash Wage Workers. I watched the old stream randomly of you playing Tapworm for the first time and it was so precious. I don't know how good this will be, but I'll give it a try. 5 minutes later, oh my god, so many credits. Paul, that's great. What is Ranji's? So shout outs to the NSG team who've been doing a great job with these tournament recaps. Ranji played this deck and won American Continentals. We barely got to see this on Intercontinentals. We made some changes, but it's 30 assets. As few agendas as you can get away with largely, and it's a combo deck that uses Reaper function. I can't click on these to open them, but the idea is that this card, if you leave it on the table, suddenly it's rezzed and it does 2 damage to you. That puts most runners to 3 cards in hand, and then if you can give them a tag, you can kill them with End of the Line. So that is a 6 damage turn as long as the runner gets 1 tag. The question is, how do you give them a tag? Well, there is one of the few trace cards left in the entire format, SIU, a card that sees almost no play. It's a pretty niche card. But it says when your turn begins, you may trash SIU to do a trace. So if you have more money than the runner, they're going to have a tag. So with these 3 cards on the table, and as long as the runner doesn't have a steel skin in hand and you miss the steel skin, which Ranji did some pretty wild steel skin sniping or miss sniping on stream, they can die. I made it into Flashpoint. I still have unopened 23 seconds box because I was so tired of the meta. The fact that there was so many brave like folks who like played through Mumbad being like, I think this is going to get better. I think this is going to get better. And then as the new set came out, as they entered Flashpoint, not only did they have to deal with hard hitting news as soon as like the first pack in the set, but also then Friends in High Places was what is it? Set. Okay, this came later on, but yeah, this card's banned too. Again, recursion in Netrunner should not exist in a lot of ways. We're very lucky that it's as limited as it is now. Cool. I got some editing to do. I got to get some thumbnails up. We're going to have some videos on the channel again tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like I'm my harshest critic, but I feel like the camera quality of the games that we recorded isn't amazing. I think the first one is the worst because the lighting was the worst then and the playmats are really dark. If that's the case, apologies. If that's not the case, we have some gameplay back on tabletops with commentary and like motion graphics. And it's really cool to be back there as much as it's been a lot of work. Excited to get the whole set out. Yeah. We weren't able to get out 15, 16 games before DreamNet got banned. So you're going to see some DreamNet, but they're still really, really, really good games. I promise you that. 1 influence? Yeah, 1 influence. Imagine playing this right now. For 1 influence, you install 2 cards from archives. Oops. Every deck played 3 of these. Every deck started 3 Spin Doctor, 3 Friends in High Places. Because even on its own, spending 1 click to install 2 cards is busted. What about if they came from archives and the runner just trashed them last turn? 1 click for 2 installs would be busted. This card would be broken in standard if it's said from HQ. Admittedly, terminal does change that. But like if we had an event that just says install 2 cards from HQ, non-terminal, cost 2, it would break the game. But it is terminal from archives. Hey, Flesh and Blood, there's so many broken cards. Yeah, they were. They really were. That's just mitosis. Yeah, it is just mitosis, isn't it? Mitosis for a single in HB. It has text on it. That's really funny. Thanks for the stream. Hey, cheers. See you on tomorrow and then on Thursday. Take care, y'all. Thanks for joining. Ciao.